your default way of taking rest or take care of your free time. And I mean, uh, Netflix says that they compete with your sleep. Uh, is it ethical? May not be, but that's how they have framed their problem statement as. So once there's a trigger, you need to take some action, and action, it could be by either making it very easy, or it could be through some variable friction. Uh, the third one is reward, and what they say is reward has to be variable, and there is a specific reason behind it. And I think the earlier speaker also, Professor Manu, spoke about it. See, when things are predictable, you get bored out of it. You get used to it. So variable rewards are very powerful, and it kind of picks your intrinsic motivation. They categorize variable reward into three: the rewards of the tribe, rewards of the hunt, rewards of the self. So, what is rewards of the tribe? Um, it is your social rewards. In the context of Netflix, you would have got a notification, something like this: friends who watched this section, and I mean, so it's your social aspects. Your friends have watched it, so it is better you also watch it. Rewards of the hunt is something related to you going and looking for certain things. So basically, in Netflix, it sparks curiosity and encourages you to look at certain trending content. Rewards of the self, it's more about personal gratification. It is about yourself as human. And when you finish watching a particular episode of the series, it gives you continue watching. So it's like helps you that you are making progress and you want to close on it. So these are the three rewards, and what they say is the rewards have to be variable. And finally, you make investment based on these rewards. And examples could be creating a watch list, it could be your progress markers. So all these things are investments that makes users come back to take more. So this particular framework is very relevant, especially when you are designing a digital product or a digital system. And lastly, East framework is not a diagnosing framework, but again, it becomes very popular because it was designed by the same team who designed Mindspace, and they came up with the East framework because Mindspace was very heavy, very cumbersome, and they felt that they wanted something uh, less intense, and they came up with the East framework. And it speaks about easy, attractive, timely, and social. So what is easy? How do you make things easy for someone? And it could be either through defaults, it could be by reducing friction, or it could be simplifying the message that you get. I mean, you can look at many system gives you options for defaults, or when you are reducing friction, it helps you do certain things in easy ways. I mean, classic example is if you are to make payment, UPI has made it so easy. You have to just scan, and you can make the payment. And this is a very interesting invention, I would say, because you don't know how you are spending your money, because people have, I mean, now what you see is you see a QR code, you by default people scan it, and that's a very interesting way of how people have changed their behavior. I mean, the design has changed people's behavior. Lastly, the way you give clear messages and being very specific, for example, use plain language, or come to the point. I mean, in the second example, it is giving a clear point of contact. Sometimes it is very important to be very specific. I mean, Duolingo uses learn French broken into achievable smaller tasks. So they are being very specific. But then sometimes friction is important. And this is a very interesting example by Duolingo where even though you tell that delete my account, it doesn't show your CTA for the next 5 seconds. I mean, so it is actually making you think whether you really want to delete the account or not. Second option, making it attractive. Uh, there are multiple options, and what we think are relevant is drawing attention to the task and designing incentives for maximum efforts. Personalization is a powerful way to draw attention to the task. So when you personalize certain things, people feel more attached to it. Designing incentives, I mean, the incentives could be money, it could be points, it could be things, it could be social, it could be badges. So you would have seen lots of incentives that lots of digital products use. How do you make it social? You can make it social um, by showing that what many people are doing, or using the power of networks, or making people commit. So here are some examples where when you say that most people are performing certain behaviors, then you become inclined to it. You show how the power of social networks, how reciprocity, how mutual support, how group norms becomes very, very relevant. And we spoke about the UPI example. How do you encourage people to commit certain things? I mean, Duolingo has done it extensively well through their streaks. And lastly, make it timely. Uh, how do you tell people at the right time, and when they are most likely to be receptive, or considering the immediate costs and benefits, or you can help people plan their response to the events. So how Duolingo helps people to complete their courses. The timing actually matters, and when the prompt has to be given, Duolingo has mastered that. Another example is bringing in the concept of present bias, and then helping people to learn. Uh, and lastly, how people can be pushed by using the idea of streaks, and that helps them plan better. So these were the five frameworks that we use. I mean, we use. I mean, most of the behavioral designers use popularly. But when it comes to first principle labs, we use a framework called deliberate design. It's deliberate because we think it it has to be deliberate, where you get an opportunity to go in detail. So it is careful and thorough consideration. And design is to prepare a preliminary sketch, or you come up with the blueprint. So basically, it is about getting into the details. And this is a framework that we use. What I want to emphasize here in this particular discussion, and we have been very diligently using is the iceberg model, and anything and everything we use the iceberg model because we have seen the benefits out of it. So if I had to explain this with an example, we started with the first slide where the customer came to us and spoke about their problem. We'll get into the details. So before I get into the details, I wanted to uh, explain the iceberg model. You have your events, and below the events there are patterns and trends that you see, and then below that there are systems and structures, and finally the mental models. So the events and the patterns, to an extent it is visible, but then your system structures, your mental models, they are usually invisible, and that actually forms the bigger part to it. And it's very important for us to look at the invisible part to solve problems. And we also take a lot of inspiration from Donella Meadows' leverage points to identify where in the system we have to intervene, because you everywhere. And Donella Meadows talks about 12 leverage points, and uh, we look at where exactly it has to be intervened. So these are the prominent tools that we use. So coming back to the first point, the customer said they have a problem, and how do we solve it? So this data was about uh, 8 months of data. So what we did was, can you tell us a little more? What has been your bug inflow for maybe the previous 2 to 3 years? So we looked at that data. So what I have circled here is the data that they initially showed us, and then they gave us the data from 2020 to 23. So the previous 3 years data we looked at. We were able to see some patterns. We went back and asked for more. Can you give us a little more older data? So this data is from 2018. I mean, so it's a five-year old data, and what you see is the circle is the data that initially they showed. And when we analyze this data, we were able to see some very interesting patterns. So wherever we have circled, so you will see that it is a peak, and uh, I mean, you will see some places where the it is going down, and some places where it goes up. But if you look at this data, there is something very interesting. Similarly, we also looked at lots of uh, dips in the graph. And if you really look at this data, all these reds that you see is the start of the year, meaning. And I mean, this is the pattern that we understood, and then we were more curious to understand why is this pattern there. And here, this again another interesting pattern. Uh, we saw every 11 month or 11 and a half month, there is a very interesting dip that they see. And now, so that is where we went a little. I mean, we saw the pattern. We started looking at the structures and the invisible part of it. And what we realized is every year beginning, because they have a lot of customers in the Middle East, and they follow the financial calendar starting Jan and ending in December. Most of the customers used to subscribe to their services in the year beginning. And when they subscribe to their services and onboard lots of customers, they have lots of bugs coming in, because the customers have certain workflows which is not addressed by the system, and then they need help from them. So every year when they add a new customer, they have lots of issues. And this again very interesting. All these dips. is a Ramzan time, meaning for this particular customer, because they have their customers in Middle East, you will see a dip every Ramzan time. That's because people are mostly in vacation and all those things. So what we really did was we looked at the data. We looked at data at a from a time perspective. We looked at a longer duration, and then tried to understand the pattern. Uh, we also looked at the structure. We also helped the leaders to understand a little more about it. And then they said that the mindset that they have. So we also looked at the mindset from the leaders' perspective and from the uh, employees' perspective. And leaders, for them, it was important to add the customers. They agreed to any request that came from the customers. So that was a mindset problem. From a developer perspective, what they thought was, when there is a bug, they looked at the immediate problem, and they did not solve the root cause of the problem. They thought it was okay to solve it a little later. So this is how we decoded the problem from an event to a pattern to a structure to a mindset. And today, when I look at this company, we have been able to bring down the problem to less than 70 issues in a month. So that is kind of 4.5x reduction from their initial state. And we did lots of interventions, and we ended up designing a tool which kind of looks at all the data points that was relevant to us. So that was one case. The second case, I think we are running out of time, but I'll take just a few minutes and stop. So this is a theme park in South India, and to be very specific, it is in Kerala, and they came up with a problem that they wanted to improve on their process. And we did diagnosis, and then we realized over a period of time, we realized that they they don't have a process to actually improve. Now we got a little curious. So why don't they have a process? So that is when they we got a little curious, and we asked a lot of questions to them, and then we realized that they don't have the people there don't understand what they are supposed to do. So there is a problem with job description role clarity. And we still dig, went a little deeper, dug a little deeper, and then we realized that it was a problem with the organizational hierarchy. The hierarchy, even though they have an hierarchy, there was a lack of clarity. So the organization thinks that they have process, but they don't have process. The organization thinks that they have. Everybody understands their roles, responsibilities. They don't have. Organization thinks that they have hierarchy, but they don't have an hierarchy. So we started, or we went there to improve their process. We realize that they don't have process because they don't have job clarity, because they don't have hierarchy. So we started by implementing the hierarchy. So that is what happened in this particular. And the third case is very interesting, which we found in the rural India. Rural India uses a lot of Snapchat. And this was very surprising when, we went last year, somewhere around this time, to lots of places in North India and even in South India. And predominantly, we found that in rural India, they use Snapchat. And we were curious. We really wanted to understand why people, and why urban India uses Snapchat, or why Snapchat was designed. It was more for privacy and securing your messages and all those stuffs. But rural India uses Snapchat because it has lots of filters. And especially girls between the age of 15 to 25, they use these filters to create good photos of theirs. And this was a very surprising insight that we came up. And like I said earlier, we predominantly use the iceberg model. And this is a framework that we use to implement all the ideas or the interventions that we design and in the organizations. So there is the three things: the catalyst, competence, and clarity. We call it as the important triad in an organization. So if the organization have competence and people have clarity and there is a catalyst, any change can be implemented. And we bring in the structures through cadence circles and conversations. And the context becomes very important to understand the structures and the mindset. So this is how we implement our interventions using the WIBGEO framework. So that is where I want to pause now. I think I have taken a little more time than I had, but I thought it's important to talk about the iceberg model and how we do it. So I'm open for any questions if we have time.
Thank you, sir. That was incredibly insightful, and you were right on time. Something that really stood out to me was, the crux of all behavioral science frameworks is to look at the settings that these individuals sort of live in and not so much look at their individual behaviors. But even more so, I think the deliberate design model that you discussed, that First Principle Labs uses, is so interesting because there's behavioral science frameworks and then there's design thinking. And, both of them have their plus and minuses. And I think what you guys have done, where you've integrated the strengths of both those models, makes it so much more efficient. So that was really insightful to hear. So we'll move to the question answer session now. I see that Durgesh has his hand up, so you can go ahead, Durgesh.
Am I audible, Vinishi?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. So I have a different kind of a question related to ethical conduct. Right. I'm talking about Hooke's framework. So
Okay.
you were telling us that this framework can be applied to just to. I mean, I'm just a little bit brute in. I mean, phrasing out the complete question because, you were giving an example of Netflix or even Duolingo. So I'm just having a different perspective related to this thing. That if the concept is not having some far-reaching consequences with the customers on the other hand. Otherwise, it will be little bit. Don't you think so? It will be little bit unethical when you apply in fields like investment when you are using or you are exploiting the hindsight or the blind spot created due to FOMO kind of effect of the customer, and they will be compelled to take ill-informed decision due to this insight or FOMO effect, and their investment decision can be far-reaching consequences to them and their well-beings also. So this is my questions.
Completely agree with you, and you are spot on. And just to add on, after Nirayal came up with Hooked, I think he looked at into the details, and what I understand is he also felt the same thing, and then he published a different book. I can't recollect the name of the book. So which actually talks about the ill effects and how we as human beings can actually take control over these things, is the theme of the next book that he published. So I'm completely in line with your point on the ethical aspects of it. But then, see, as designers, we have that control and the authority to do what is right.
Yeah,
So
I do agree. I do agree.
so the framework is always there. You can use it either for the good or the bad or the not so good part of it. It is for the designer to decide whether they want to go do it for the good or not.
Right, right, right. Thank
It
you
is a
so much.
double-edged sword.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Asmita in the chat asked, so why is there a use of filters? Why is the use of filters more prevalent in rural areas compared to urban?
Yeah. So the point here is, it's a different use case by rural India. See, people use Snapchat in urban India predominantly for privacy. So that doesn't mean that filters usage is less. But when you compare the rural India, how rural India uses Snapchat versus how urban India uses Snapchat, urban India uses Snapchat more for keeping their privacy, ensuring that their messages don't stay for a longer time and all those things. Whereas urban India, they are not very, very much particular about privacy because their ecosystem has many other ways to handle all those things, and they are super, super smart on what to post and what not to post. What I wanted to say was rural India uses the filters more because maybe they don't have enough resources like the urban India for grooming themselves and all those things. So that was our conclusion here. So it's not that urban India does not use filters. Urban India does use the filters, but when you compare the scale, rural India uses the filters more than the actual use case that Snapchat was designed for. Does that make sense?
Thank you, sir. Karaka, you have your hand raised. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Manish. Uh, you've talked about providing solutions to increase productivity in organizations using different frameworks. In the previous session, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, in the previous session, Professor talked about weaknesses of students in situations like procrastinating, and you know, not attempting things, failure, like stepping away from opportunities and all. Like, have you seen any similarities between this productivity issues in organizations which you provided solutions for, and the problems Professor talked about? Could you please like connect them anywhere, and it'll be helpful.
So, yes, we have seen lots of challenges, and what I always observe, there is a pattern to it. See, end of day, the performance, the motivation of the people is directly related to the beliefs that the leadership has. So I have worked with organization at both extremes where the leaders don't trust their people. They don't. They micromanage. They don't trust. I've also seen leaders where they give lots of flexibility, trust people, and what I predominantly see is when you trust, you give the best environment for your people. There is always a reciprocity that people show. I have not heard Professor Mandal completely, but what I understand is intrinsic motivation was something that he spoke about, and I have observed that wherever the leaders in the organization has created an environment where people can express their intrinsic motivation. I mean, you can go back to the self-determination theory or the book Drive, where they speak about three things: the autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And autonomy is nothing but giving provisions for people to express and be intrinsically motivated. So any organizations where the leaders has set um, um, or given priority for people to express themselves, work based on their autonomy, I have seen that organization flourishing. I mean, the performance happens. So that is what even behavioral science actually talks about. See, today it is the same person in two different contexts, they show different behaviors. So context matters a lot. So as leaders, if people can provide that right environment for people, we have seen that the performance has, I mean, the performance or the contributions from the employees have been very different from an organization where there is lack of trust and micromanagement. So that's how I would summarize it. Autonomy is very important, and leaders who take care of these three things, which is spoken by self-determination theory and drive, that organization flourishes.
If I may, a quick follow-up. This is very interesting
I'm
and
so sorry to interrupt, but we
okay,
are a little short on time.
sure.
But I would
Thank you.
really urge everyone to reach out to Vineet sir on LinkedIn and clear all your questions post this session. Yeah.
Yeah, please do reach out to me. I am accessible on LinkedIn, and we can connect.
And thank you so much, sir. You prepared us really well for an activity we have coming up.
Thank you, Vinesh, sir. Thank you so much. And for those of you who don't know, Vinesh is very active in behavioral science. If you were to follow his organization page, First Principle Labs, you will see that he's having a lot of internships opportunities for behavioral science enthusiasts. So he's the one person you need to follow. He's a behavioral scientist. He's an excellent practitioner. Follow him on LinkedIn. Be connected to him. Now, I request all of you, can you type in your thanks and appreciation to him? He joined us here in spite of your busy schedule. Just type in and thank him. Thank you so much, Vinesh, sir.
Thank you all.
Okay. I'll now pass the mic to my colleague Aditya, who will guide us through an activity and the following sessions. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you, Ratisha. I hope I'm audible. So it's time for Kahoot, the first round of Kahoot. Let's see how much everyone has learned from these two amazing sessions that we had. So the Kahoot link will be shared by Team Kahoot that will be sharing the screen. Either you can log in from your phone, scan the QR code, or log in from the laptop. Please make sure that you're using your full name while you're signing in and not nicknames so that we can give you certificates. The best 10 players will get the certificates. Unlock it, unlock it. The session is live, so I request everyone to join. You can scan the QR code using your phone or enter your laptop using the PIN. Also, you have 20 seconds to answer. So whoever is the fastest one gets the highest score. Dear participants, please ensure that you're using your full name and not nicknames.
This meeting is being recorded.
10 winners will get the Nudge Star certificate. So give it your best.
The recording has stopped.
All the participants who are ready, please leave a thumbs up in the chat. If there is anyone who's having some trouble logging in or scanning, please put it in the chat. You can either join Kahoot using the QR code by scanning your phone or by entering the pin from any platform. Participants who have issues with putting full name, please send a DM to me in the Zoom. We'll start in a minute. People who are having issues, please send the name that you have in the Kahoot and your full name to me in the DM. There is an option in Zoom to DM me. Okay, we'll now start the game. Dear participants, if you had any issues while logging in, don't worry. We have 3 more Kahoots coming up. All the participants who scores top 10 in each of the Kahoot will get a good certificate. Great. We have Ashna, Manya, Dheeraj, Abhishek, and Hia leading the race. Next.
So, Adi, are you saying that this is a nudge race?
It is. So let's see who gets the toppest. Now we have Dheeraj leading, Manya, Ashna, Srujana, and Annabelle. The final question. And the leaderboards are Visharad at third place, Ashna at second place, and the first goes to drumrolls, Manya. As runner-up, we have Sannidhi and Arishi. Thank you everyone for participating. The rank will be shared in the chat. Now it's time for team picture. I request everyone to please turn your cameras on.
Dr. Pooja, welcome to the session. Tanya, if it's okay, can you switch on your video? Yashvi? Vanshika? Right, Akriti? I'm just trying to make sure we have pictures on. Akriti, if you can switch on your video. Okay, I've got Arushi there. All right, I think it's time. Team Kahoot, can you come out? All right, okay, I can see you. All right, so let's take a picture. Make sure you're smiling. We need to see the picture of all the behavioral scientists. Now, can I see a thumbs up sign? It should be a behavioral science thumbs up. Whatever nudge means to you, convert it into an action and we'll take a picture. 1, 2, and 3.
For the next session. So I recently found a very interesting paper in the journal called Frontiers in Psychology. And it talked about spending just 20 to 30 minutes in a natural setting has produced the sharpest decline in cortisol levels It's not because it's not because the people decided to, oh, let's take a break now. It was because the brain was responding to the environment around us. So this is a topic which is worth sitting in, of how much what we call behavior is actually the context doing its work. And that's exactly what our next session is going to unpack. Understanding behavior in context, a neuroscience perspective. Dr. Pooja Sahi is the principal research scientist at the Mind Lab in IIT Delhi, and she is also the director for the South and East Asia Neuroclimate Group. She is the founder and CTO of Curate Brain, and she has done for doctoral research in environment neuroscience from IIT Delhi. She has publications of repute in the area of environmental science, nature experience, mindfulness, yoga, and meditation. She has received several awards, invited young scholar by Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Bright Future Talent for Global Leadership at DSM Global, the Netherlands International Fellowship by UNESCO IHE, the Netherlands and Varela Grant by Mind and Life Institute, USA. Before I hand over to Dr. Pooja, a quick heads up. She has some great exercises planned for us. So I hope, I request everyone to take a pen and paper with you. And once you have got it, please give a thumbs up in the chat.
Thank you so much, Aditya. So I'll just try and share my slides and set up my screen so that I can also, partly see beautiful faces and also keep an eye on chat. So just give me a moment. So I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Great. Okay. Yes. So thank you, first of all, Professor Pulkit, Professor Ragland, and many, many congratulations for actually organizing this fantastic boot camp. And I have been here since morning listening to the eminent speakers. And, it has been very interesting and also very interesting to hear the queries that students are putting up. So, we heard Mandalji, who emphasized on the context, content, and intent of behavioral change. And, with Mandalji, I've been associated for some years now. And every time when I hear him, actually, it's a boot camp in itself. And we also heard Vinesh ji, and I was very, very, actually curious to hear how different frameworks are helpful in designing behavioral change. And in my presentation, I will briefly talk about neuroscience perspective. Why briefly? Because, brain itself perhaps needs a day-long boot camp. So I understand we have about 30 minutes together. And I have arranged my slides in such a way that, we will talk about we'll just touch some fundamental concepts of brain and behavior in context. And in second half, I will share a few examples of my neuroscience, environmental neuroscience research studies, and some real world application emanating from that research, which I have been very fortunate in collaborating with Professor Pulkit on. So with that, let's begin with this image. I hope you can see it on your screen. Now you can use your chat box and write what it looks like. Whatever comes to your mind instinctively, you don't need to overthink. This is what it looks like. I'll see if I can also access my chat and look at your beautiful faces. Okay, yes, I'm able to do that. Three people, probably businessmen or politicians, having party, government. that's interesting. One word to put this up. Okay, eat, drink, and make merry. People doing party, friends celebrating, ignorance. So at first glance, it looks like a celebration, right? It looks like people are enjoying and, having a good laugh, maybe even celebrating friendships. But just take a second look. They are sitting on the edge of a cliff. So, what really is going on there? Are they careless? Are they unaware? Or is their brain simply prioritizing what feels rewarding in the moment over what is risky in the environment? What we will explore in this talk is that behavior is not random. It is rarely irrational. It is the outcome of a dynamic system, and that context is important. So, why this conversation matters? Because behavior cannot be understood in isolation. It only makes sense when we see the system around it. This is where a scientific framework helps us. What you see here is systems view of brain and behavior, often described through ecological models like Bronfenbrenner's. At the center is the individual, the brain and the body, but the individual is embedded in multiple layers of context. There is microsystem, your immediate environment, friends, classrooms, family, and then there is a macrosystem, our culture, norms, societal values. And behavior emerges from the interaction of this process, person, context, and time. So, going back to the cliff example, their behavior isn't just about poor judgment. It could be a brain prioritizing social bonding, or maybe context where danger is not fully perceived and understood. So, instead of asking, behaving like this, we can ask what, why, when, how, and which system is affecting the way we think, the way we prioritize, or the way we perceive or feel and behave. So that context becomes important to understand the behavior. With that notion, let's zoom inward into the most critical part of that system. At any moment, our brain is doing something very remarkable. It is constantly answering one question: what matters right now? For example, if you are listening, attending this boot camp, probably there are 10 other things which are going simultaneously in the background, but your brain will prioritize what matters right now, whether it is listening to the talk or whether it is a phone call, which is probably, pinging over your system, or, any other environmental stimuli. To do that, it relies first on the reward system. This drives us towards pleasure, connection, and novelty. This is why people in the image were enjoying food and social interaction. Second, the threat system. This scans for danger and risk. No matter how interesting this talk is, the moment you will hear let's say a bullet fire or a sudden bang out of the door, your brain will attend to that stimuli. Regulate behavior. It allows us to say, maybe this is not a good idea. Behavior is the outcome of these internal systems and the interactions between these systems. They are not in they are in competition, but then they are not isolated. And there has to be some balance to actually be optimally functioning in your daily life. So for example, the moment on cliff, behavior is not random. It is brain's best possible prediction of what to do, given what it is prioritizing. So let me just take a pause and ask you, in your daily life, when do you think your reward system overrides your control system? And what are situations when you think you have control? And what are other contexts or situations, events, when you think you do not have control? You do not need to write it in the chat. You can just pause and reflect. Moving on, now let's zoom even deeper into the brain. Now there are three main brain networks. First, we have default mode network, where we prioritize self-talk, we think about past or future. Then second, we have salience network, which detects the importance of the event in hand. Then we have something called central executive network, which engages our conscious brain to think and maintain attention on the prioritized tasks. And behavior is an interaction between these networks. So at any given point of time, there is one network which is dominant and the other are less active. To understand how these network functions and control our behavior, let's take a moment of pause and reflect. Now here you may use pencil and paper. Think about something from your past that didn't go well, or something you're worried about in the future. We will just take a couple of seconds to think about it, and feel free to write. If you don't feel like writing, the open invitation is just think about it. That's perfectly fine. But just answer to your own self. You don't chat. Were your thoughts about yourself? Did your mind jump between past and future? Did emotions become slightly negative or heavy? Now, this is your default mode network. We just witnessed our default mode network activity, which is self-referential, it time travels, and often thinks over and over again. Now, next, keep thinking about it. Be with the thought, analyze it more deeply. What in that event or situation, what it felt like? Why did it happen? What could go wrong next? We'll again take a couple of seconds. Now your brain can get into a loop or a cognitive pattern. What we just thinking was that cognitive pattern of spiraling around that negative thought from the past. Now let's shift gears. Count backward from 100 in steps of 3. Pretty easy. Let's count backward from 100 in steps of 7 now. A little difficult. For those of you who have this dose of competitiveness still left from the Kahoot, you can actually write the numbers you reached while counting backwards from 100. We can see who reached where. Okay, anyways, moving forward.
Shivani, can you please mute yourself? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead, did the previous thought stop while you were counting backward? You can write yes or no. Or were you still thinking about that past negative event? Yes. Ria was very prompt in addressing that. Arushi, yes. Now, this is the executive control network which you just witnessed while you were counting backward. Now, I ask you, of course, you said yes, the tension shifted. Oh, just a minute. I think I skipped a few slides. Yeah. So, which state felt better? The state when you were actually dwelling on or overthinking on something which has happened wrong, or the state when you were more cognitively involved? Again, you can use the chat box to respond if you feel like, but again, it is an open invitation. Second. So here we did fix the mind. We simply changed what the brain was doing. We shifted the context from thinking to doing, and the brain responded. So, this small exercise shows us something important. A simple shift in context can change how brain networks function. We can imagine what promotive larger environments like classrooms, cities, or nature, which we are going to talk about in my research studies, which I'm going to present in a couple of slides, can do to regions of brain every day. Of course, there are more finer aspects of brain like neurotransmitters, oscillations, and event related potential. But let's just get directly into case studies from our research at Mind Lab. And in our research lab, we extend this idea of context further from immediate tasks to environmental exposures as well. So in the picture, what you see is our Mind Lab. We mostly use EEG for neurocognitive and psychological behavioral assessments. Yeah, it's a non-invasive method. And I think I'll explain while I, present my research studies about how we conduct experiments. So in these group of studies which I am presenting today, we asked a simple question. If small shifts in context can change brain activity, what happens when we change the environment itself? Now, this is not new knowledge. Ancient systems understood this, and perhaps that was the reason that gurukuls were located in nature, rich forests, areas, and Shirin-yoku, or forest bathing in Japanese tradition, is considered therapeutic for mental health. But now neuroscience is discovering that environment shapes cognition and emotion. So we examined how nature exposure influences brain processing. In an experiment, in this particular experiment, the participants were involved in 15 to 20 minutes of nature experience, and we measured their performance pre and post on an attentional task while simultaneously using EEG. And again, non-invasively through their scalps. You can see a participant sitting in front of the image, and you can also see the green areas that were considered for the research study. We found that even this brief nature exposure of about 15 to 20 minutes enhanced attention and improved cognitive control performance. What in the image you are seeing is a topographical image of the brain, and you can see before and after. The deeper colors actually signify is a whole humdrum of brain activity which is happening, and the post scenario is the activity happening in the part of the brain only which is involved in that moment particular cognitive task. These changes were also reflected in neural markers of brain oscillations, alpha and theta. Alpha and theta, for those who are not aware, are the slow oscillations which are associated with calm mind. But at the same time, the performance of the participant was not compromised. So we can say that it was a state of alert or relaxed alertness, which is associated with attentional efficiency and cognitive processing. So what does this tell us? The brain networks are not functioning in isolation. They are dynamically responding to the environment. Once again, just change in context and you change how the brain functions. Next question was if nature can influence attention and cognition, of course, but then can it also shape how we feel, connect, and relate to others? Images that we used to test in this particular experiment was for empathy, and we had used the paradigm by University of Chicago by Gene City's research group of looking at empathy under the lens of EEG. You can see there are two sets of images. One set is where the limbs or the body parts are just about to get in pain situation, and the other are safe images. So the differentiation between the differentiation in the neural response when these images are projected gives us the marker for empathy. Likewise, in our lab, we have also come up with images of nature-related empathy, where we have two sets of images. One is of healthy nature, one is of nature in distress, and we have seen that similar to interpersonal response, there is also a response towards nature-related distress, which is more prominent in younger children. So our finding suggested, yes, there is an impact on effect, and nature exposure is linked to empathy, compassion, and emotional regulation. And importantly, these are not just subjective experiences. We see measurable neural differences associated with these changes. So once again, the pattern holds. We are not directly teaching empathy or compassion, and we are changing the context, and the brain networks that support these capacities begin to reorganize, which brings us back to our core idea. The environments we design are actively shaping not just how we think, but how we connect and behave. So the next question naturally is, how do we take this evidence into the real world? Our starting assumption was very simple. If the brain is shaped by context, then behavior change must also happen in context, which means information alone is not enough. We need to design experiences. And this was also seen in a large sample study, where we found that the studying about environment alone, like typically we have in our contemporary education systems, a subject called environmental sciences, alone is not helpful in cultivating conservation behaviors, but it is the experience and the environment itself that shapes it. This was a study which we have done with Professor Khanna here, and I'm very proud to have been associated with her with a couple of more research studies, which I'm going to present now. So for this shift, lived experience was important. Contemplative practices are powerful because they don't just inform the brain, they actually are reshaping how it functions. And this is exactly what we found when we translated our lab research into real world school settings. When learning was embedded in natural environments, we observed meaningful shifts in attention, cognition, and in behavior. Children showed greater connection with nature and, interestingly, improved social behavior with peers. Teachers consistently reported that children were more cooperative, more willing to share, and more engaged in their classrooms. So once again, the pattern holds. We didn't directly teach cooperation or empathy. We did not directly nudge the behavioral shift. We changed the context and the behavior followed, which reinforces again the central idea: to change behavior, we must design the environments that shapes the brain and behavior. Few happy faces, and this is the team who was behind, and you can see Professor Pulkit and me standing in the middle with the team of research scholars. It was a very, very rewarding experience because it was a project which brought our lab evidence into the real world setting. And that, as a researcher, I think increasingly in today's time, we all must focus that, our researches are not only theoretical, but has a social impact associated with it. So the study actually was cross-sectional. A lot of self-reports and assessment tools was used. Currently, we are also looking at the neural changes when we are actually, looking at children who are taught in nature-based learning environments, and children who are more in urban settings taught in contemporary concrete urban settings. And here also we already have a preliminary insight into difference in neural signatures as well. So nature is not external, it shapes the behavior. Our ancient systems, of course, understood this, and now neuroscience is kind of validating the rich knowledge we had in our traditional practices. In the next phase, we at Mind Lab, we are also designing nudges or micro activities as happiness calendar in classroom settings. the whole idea of this micro activities is to make students get into a habit of daily practices of self reflection. And again, looking at changes in context, again, with respect to internal environment. The model which we follow here is the Gibbs model, where experience transforms into self awareness and insight leads to regulated understanding and adaptive action. We are also supporting, again, neuropsychological research for the practices, for the positive education practices we are developing in our lab. So some of the projects that we are right now ongoing, and I bring this to the larger student base who are participating today in this boot camp, because we have on a regular basis we also offer research internships. So any of the projects, if they are of your interest, you can definitely reach out to us for summer internship, or or any co-dissertation supervising possibilities. So right now we are looking at savoring, we are looking at self-compassion, mindfulness, and gratitude as behavioral interventions. So, you are open, and I'll leave my contact details with the team, and you all can, reach out to us for greater or in-depth, understanding of how these projects are functioning. I'm a little mindful of the time here, but if the time permits, we can definitely go over them later on in the Q&A as well. So with that positive note, I want to leave you with a reflection. What kinds of mind does future need? What is very equally important is what kind of environments are we creating that are shaping those minds? Because every environment, either be our classroom, our city, or the digital space, or each interaction we have with our friends is constantly training the brain. And the question is, what is it training us to become? As researchers, as students, as educators, we are not just studying behavior, we are actively participating in shaping it. So all of the research that I have presented is a collaboration of fantastic researchers. Here, large part of my studies, which I have done with school children, is in collaboration with University of Minnesota and Mind and Life Institute, USA, and a very bright team of researchers. You can see them in the picture. So all of this is possible because of them. With that, thank you so much. I have projected my email addresses over the screen, and you are free to reach out to me either through LinkedIn or through email. Thank you so much. So I have consciously left more time for Q&A so that I'm able to address queries that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. That was genuinely a grounding perspective. And I think it shifts something in how we think about behavior, that it's not just in our heads, it's also in our surroundings too. Now, I think we can move to question and answers. If anyone have, please raise your hand or please leave it in the chat box. There is one question in the chat box.
Okay.
Can we use facial recognition in the classroom for early intervention?
Can we use facial recognition in the classrooms for early intervention? Oh, yeah, there are a couple of research studies who are using facial recognition for emotional states. I mean, they are exploring using it. Of course, there are ethical considerations and all of it. But yes, there is some research around it, which is kind of very promising, because especially in early childhood, is it early childhood or early intervention? Early childhood intervention? Okay. I'll just answer both. So early childhood, of course, students or children are not that comfortable or do not have vocabulary to express. So this particular, facial recognition techniques has a promise. And right now there are research groups who are working on it. In mental health space, yes. Short answer, yes. We have Sagrika Tamang.
Sagarika, you may unmute yourself.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, I had a question regarding your research. Like, I also have a similar interest area, and I wanted to ask you talked about empathy. I'm so sorry for the disturbance. You talked about empathy and how context is important. So I was thinking, how would you link intergroup into this context? How would you bring like group behavior into this like let's say social cognition area? Because like you talked about context and like not the setting, but I would think like in today's world, like the intergroup like interactions or like interplay has been has shown to be like such impact. And I was thinking, how would you bring that is, and then like there is another layer to it, like is just putting diversity, like is that enough? Because like although we put emphasis on diversity, but is that enough? Like if you were to start from the early age, how would you do that?
Sagrika, I think your question is quite intense, and if I can just, say, if you look at our ecological model, definitely our friends and groups and communities we belong to have an impact. Short answer. At the same time, in what was your second part?
Because I think like in order to kind of improve intergroup relations, we are putting a lot of emphasis on diversity, because like obviously the world is getting more and more global. But I was just thinking putting emphasis on diversity, is it effective? Just like diversity.
Yes and no. I mean, in the sense, if you talk about empathy research has actually demonstrated that there are differences in how we empathize even with the same color people. Okay, when you actually look at the neural signatures, there are differences in how I would empathize with a fellow Indian and how I would empathize with, let's say, a person of different color, right? But at the same time, when I in particular, the research study which I shared with you, when we are looking at as distant a construct as nature, there are similarities in the neural signature. So when I say similarities, there is an effective component which gets distinguished when you are looking at, let's say, a picture of nature in distress, or when you are looking at an interpersonal paradigm. So while there are differences, how we empathize with, I mean, I'm just talking about diversity in two extremities, not within interpersonal, but two extremities. One is, interpersonal, and the other is nature related. So there are similarities in terms of when we are specifically looking at the affective component, and the dissimilarities occur at a cognitive level. So when I'm saying similarities in the affective level, that the brain responds, this is not right, or this is, I need to do something to help at an effective level. But it understands that, nature is different than interpersonal. So there are differences in cognitive level. So when you are talking about the importance of diversity in empathy research, if I understood your question right, okay. Yeah. I see a nod, so I pause.
No, I was just saying like in order to, I think maintain maintain a healthy interpersonal relationship nowadays, what we do, we see in colleges, we see in workplace, they are putting a lot of emphasis on diversity. And I think like this to improve like a sort of, if you go in cognitive level, social cognition between like two groups, But is it effective if we just do that? Or like, do we have to do more than just like, pushing forth with diversity and this like aim of diversity? Or do we need to do more than that? That was my question.
Oh,
Hi,
okay, okay, understood,
Sagarika.
understood. Definitely,
Sorry to
yeah.
disturb,
Yeah. Hmm.
but please feel free to reach out to her because we have more questions in line and we have very short
Okay.
list. I'm so sorry to disturb. So Sahil Ali has left a question in the chat box. Feeling bad sometimes is also important, I think, to assess our lifestyle. So what's your take on it?
Yeah, it is important. I mean, we are a part of environment which has good and bad, which has sad and all kinds of emotions. But how do we respond to that is something which these behavioral tools that we are building will be of help. So yes, yeah. Thanks, Aditya. I see there are a lot of questions in the chat box. So yeah, if you can read that out, I'll be happy to
Yes.
respond.
Yes. So next question by Palak. She asks, in what ways can we integrate insights from positive psychology, such as mindfulness integrated into behavioral nudges, so that people move beyond mere choice manipulation? Rather, how can we integrate aspects of well-being?
Very good question, Palak. And our, intent with happiness calendar is precisely that. Now, most of the mindfulness research or well-being research has emanated from West. And fortunately or unfortunately, here in Indian scenario, of course, this is an emerging field, but we do not have much rigorous research on PPIs, that is positive psychology interventions. So and our research group's focus is to actually create these nudges, or integrate these nudges with more cultural and contextual relevance. So, yes, they can be integrated into the aspects of well-being, and these micro nudges are, now we already have data from two cohorts of almost 600 students, and we have seen that these when we, create these well-being nudges, which are more contextually and culturally relevant, there are enhancements in various aspects of well-being that are seen. And we right now we are documenting this study, and soon it'll be open to read for all. Yeah.
Aditya, with your permission, I'll just interrupt here because I believe Dr. Pooja will be very well placed to answer this. There's a very relevant related question on, holistic ancient philosophical models as well. Since you're already speaking about it, and I know that's an area that is right up your alley, could you talk some more about that, please?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, that all of this knowledge that we are right now working to create, neuroscience evidence exists in our traditional, knowledge systems. And if again, probably the world needs more, scientific evidence to make it acceptable. And but at the same time, what I would like to share is that we should not shy away from the rigorous research methods of the West. So, what our intent here could be that you kind of marry the traditional knowledge systems that we have with the rigorous research methods from the West, and then create the whole body of uh, you know knowledge, scientific evidence that can be used in the classrooms. So, of course, there are various philosophical models, and the models that we follow for learning is the Vedic model of starting from. And I had that slide, but I thought we'll not have time for that. Of learning is how experiential knowledge, how simple observation can be converted into wisdom through reflection. Contemplation, experimentation, and then finally creating your own behavioral theories or behavioral tools, if I may say so. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
I hope
Pooja,
that
for
answers
insightful
your question,
sessions.
Pulkit. And pardon me for this hallowed effect. I mean, I think this is combined wisdom of this group that is kind of reflecting on my screen.
We speak of Freudian slips in of the tongue, but this seems to be an environmental slip. Somehow there's that halo around you. It's symbolic of something. But Aditya, back to you. I think we still have 5 more minutes where, we could address a couple of questions.
Okay, so now we have a question from Ashna. If behavior is shaped by deep environmental structures, can a nudge, which is by design minimal, often unnoticeable change, ever do more than optimize within a broken system? Would you prioritize smaller changes that allow easier large-scale implementation or on bigger systemic changes?
That's a very good question, Ashna, and I would say there is no great answer. I would, it's not either or. To answer to your first, question, which talks to micro, nudges, we just experienced that in the presentation, isn't it? Like when we are into that well of overthinking, of negative thinking, just switching over to a cognitive task, to a action oriented task, actually brings us out of that negative thinking, isn't it? So while that is very micro level, and I agree it is maybe at a minimal and sometimes unnoticeable change, but once we are aware and we have that tool in hand, we can practice that tool over and over again, and then it becomes our behavior of shift, how quickly we can shift our negative patterns to a more neutral or a positive pattern of thinking. Now, answering to your second, what would you prioritize? Smaller changes that allow easier large scale implementation or a bigger systemic change? I think it is more, opportunity oriented question. If I have an opportunity in a classroom to, bring in these micro practices, smaller changes, which are easier for students to follow, I would say rather do it. And for example, if I have, let's say, opportunity to, scale it up or bring rather bigger systemic changes, why not? And particularly with this example of school level intervention, I can, tell you that we started on a pilot scale, and we now have evidence, and we already have, actually invitations from places like UNESCO and Government of India to scale it up and bring it more like a resource book for teachers to follow in the schools. So yes, both works in tandem. You start small, you create an evidence, and then systemic change follows.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for your answers and triggering a lot of questions. I think that's the most important thing. Just wanted to tell Sagarika, I think you went to the second level of questioning, which is good. That means you have started the learning process. But feel free to reach out to Dr. Pooja, because I think in my mind, she's a very unique academic because she straddles both theory and practice. So which means she's the right person for any student to go to further your learning. Thank you so much for your time. Now can we type in our thanks and appreciation into the chat box for Dr. Pooja?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Pooja.
Thank you.
Please type in your thanks and appreciation, and feel free to reach out to her for any research insights if you want to pursue your research or if you want to take your learning further in neuroscience, behavioral science, and of course, the art and science of nudging. Over to you, Adi.
Thank you, Dr. Raghland. There's a line from Richard Taylor that I think captures where we are headed next. If you want people to do something, make it easy. Sounds simple, but the science of actually doing that, designing for people in real context at a scale, that's where it gets interesting. Our next speaker works right at that intersection, translating behavioral theory into solutions that actually land in the real world. Divyani Didi is currently Vice President of Choice Strategy at Behavioral Insights Architecture and Strategy BIAS, where she leads behavioral science research and the design and implementation of evidence-based interventions across private and public sectors. She also serves as co-chief of staff at the behavioral science community BSI and is the founder of the New Delhi Behavioral Network. Her work is rooted in making behavioral frameworks contextually relevant and scalable, something especially critical in today's fast-moving policy and technology landscape. She'll be walking us through how behavioral framework actually gets applied. Please welcome Divyani Didi. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the very kind introduction. Lovely to meet all of you. And I saw that you have had a fantastic session that I am being forced to follow. So I'm going to, ma'am has taken you all through a lot of very deep research in neuroscience. This session is going to take you a little bit further away. She's already talking about applying nudges. I am going to talk a little less about frameworks first, give you a few stories from the field where I spend most of my time, and just essentially talk to you about what it really takes to take any of the frameworks or any of the theories that we're talking about and what it means to actually take it to the field and try to make it work. So give me a second and let me know once you all can see my screen. Give me a second. Okay. Can someone tell me if it's visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, fantastic. So I'm using the word pedagogy as a very loose term. I know you guys are all students. For me, and this session will essentially focus a lot on my own learnings, personal learnings, again, because we're in a very practice-led session. For me, practice has been the biggest teacher. So when I talk about the stories that I want to take you through, the one common running thread is a lot of what I speak about is from actually being on the field and running experiments or studies where we have taken behavior science concepts, theories, frameworks, and tried to get answers for our clients. So as I'll take just a minute to introduce my firm, Bias or Behavioral Insights Architecture and Strategy is a behavior science-based do tank. We work with policy academia and the policy influencers to try and solve for behavior change problems. And when people have, behavior change problems within the communities that they're working in, whether it's private sector with their consumers, policy influencers with citizens, or with any individuals who are influenced by different sorts of policies, whether they're SDG adjacent or related, or even academic research into specific populations. We work on specific behavior change problems. We try to work on developing behavior science-based solutions, whether they're in communication or design. So that's just a little bit of background as to what we do. And as a result, we end up spending a lot of time with the people that we're designing for, and we try and spend most of that time designing with them. So to start off with the three of the stories that I have for you today, I don't know if I can see the chat, but maybe a couple of people can just tell me if they recognize where this picture is from. This is where the first story is from. If someone is writing in the chat, unfortunately, I can't see the chat because I have the presentation open. So if
we will share with you.
Yeah, you can speak it out if at all.
Feel free to type into the chat box.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to assume that someone got it right. This is Amritsar.
Someone said Rajasthan.
Rajasthan. Okay, that was a good guess. Not too far off. This is Amritsar, the first story that I have, and the first study that I'm talking about, in fact, is a detergent. Is the story of a study we did for washing powder. And I was in a series of interviews with women trying to understand the importance of washing clothes. Now, as a lot of you may already know, you have conducted some studies of your own, or you'll be in the process of learning. When we go in with a research instrument where we have a research question, we're trying to figure out why people are motivated to engage in a certain behavior. So now we have a set of questions where we're trying to understand why people think it's important to wash clothes every day or every other day. And we're getting very safe, simple answers: health, hygiene, and the answers are getting repeated over interviews. Now, although we know that that's not the wrong answer, we know that that's not the whole story. In one of the interviews, one of the methods that we tested, and It wasn't a question, it was a statement. कपड़े रोज धोने जरूरी थोड़ी होते हैं. It's not important to wash clothes every day. We weren't asking a question, we made a statement. That gave people something to push back against. And what happened was that something shifted. People started moving beyond what they were already saying to talking about, of course, it's important. If you don't do it, what will people say? What will the people who are auditing my daily performance as a homemaker, as a taskmaster, notice about what I'm not doing on a daily basis? What if this is not checked off my list? In making a statement that sort of brought about a sense of argument, we were able to get an answer that we weren't already getting, and the sort of answer moved from a very stated level kind of health and hygiene world to about the person themselves, how this behavior was an identity marker for them. So that's the first story of how even with the best research instrument that had been developed, with a lot of institutional knowledge, with a lot of obviously review of what people may sort of say, what really worked was when we knew that a conversation was getting stuck, being able to pivot around that conversation. And it also very organically flowed when the statements in the person were also engaging us and us, ensuring that we made statements instead of asking questions. So that's the first thing that I learned. One of the first things that the field taught me is that the answer that we're looking for is often not in questions. It can also emerge from conversation if it becomes very natural and we, sort of let go of the very structure of a survey or a questionnaire that we've gone in with. Any guesses for the second one? This one is fairly easy. Second city, any guesses?
Is it Mumbai?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
Mumbai.
Yeah. The first person got it right. I'm sorry, I didn't notice whose name it was, but Mumbai, yes. Fitting sort of setting for a study that we were doing on. So the brief that we got was to, sort of study trust in digital financial providers. Oops, sorry, my bad. Digital financial providers. And the study was based, one of the cities that we were studying was Mumbai. And what we were trying to understand was that despite awareness and access, everyone, you have a lot of data to tell you who has smartphones, and a lot of people are already accessing digital financial services, but a lot of people are not going beyond certain levels. So how do you, what is the story about trust? Where is trust hampering, or the people who make it through and the people who don't make it through? Where is trust influencing that decision to, complete this behavioral journey? So when we were developing the study design, and again, as all of you already know, when you have a study design, when you're contemplating, when you're building your study design, most of what you're going to do gets decided at that stage. What are the indicators? What are the questions you're going to ask? What is it that you're looking for? And what is it that you're hoping to walk out with? It was at this stage when we were in the stage of designing our study, and we already had a really strong toolkit, right? Like we have experts from behavioral economics, from cognitive psychology, we have our principles and frameworks. We had strong hypotheses as to why people were not engaging in the behavior we thought they should have been. But when we started thinking about what is the solution or what is the answer that we may be able to give our client, we realized there was a gap in the study design. Enter another discipline, right? We developed this study design with an additional lens of semiotics. Now, I'm with a huge disclaimer, I'm not the semiotics expert, but what we did realize is that the science of signs and symbols, and what does money what are the, exact sign systems around money and currency in people's minds? What do colors and certain symbols, what do they signify, or what do they signal culturally for the people that we were trying to study? Those were things that we didn't have answers to that would have given us better solutions. And of course, we had a very experienced, very strong semiotics team that was involved in the study design, which wasn't a sort of added layer, but an a truly multidisciplinary approach we were able to develop that looked at trust from beginning to end through all of these lenses. And as a result, what came out was much richer and much better poised to deliver the solutions that the client was looking for, right? So that's the second thing that the field taught me, is that we have this set of tools and disciplines that we're used to seeing and that we know about, and we often refer back to. But there's a lot to be learned from disciplines and teams that we may not have interacted with so much, or may not even have heard of, or think that there's not a lot in common with. For example, a lot of people, like, as you all know, one of, at least for the applied behavioral scientists, a big person that we keep referring back to is Robert Sapolsky. A lot of his learnings from evolutionary biology still can be applied to a lot of the theories and frameworks that we use. So there's a lot to be learned from disciplines that we don't typically rely on. And that's definitely something that I think helps when we're looking at how do we apply better. Now for the last story. Again, this is a bit harder. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to guess this. Any guesses? Has anyone?
We have
Well,
Lucknow at
okay, Delhi, Lucknow. Close, but not very.
Madhya Pradesh, Dhaka.
Okay, that's further away. Nagpur. Okay, no, we're not in India anymore, actually. Does that help?
Dhaka was
In Bangladesh.
Yes. Yeah. Who said Dhaka? Somebody said Dhaka.
Akriti Soni.
Yeah, great. Good answer, Akriti. Thank you. So this third story is in Dhaka. We did a study in Bangladesh, which was measuring the impact of actually one of the country's largest women safety programs. And of course, when you're measuring impact, as you may already know, one of the biggest questions that comes out is, what are the indicators, right? What does impact mean? How do we measure it? What are the indicators? And more often than not, a lot of indicators for safety end up in the basket of infrastructure: streetlights, roads, more patrol cars, more reporting sort of, kiosks. Are there more avenues and opportunities for people to report crimes? So a lot of indicators became structural, which is what we had initially started with. But like in the second story, we also realized, again, we're talking about women's safety. We need to be asking the women, what is making them feel safer after about a year and a half of this project's delivery. Out of the first level of consultations that we did with some experts, we did some interviews off the road, which weren't a part of the actual study. We had a framework that we went in with, but we were able to develop a more intuitive framework based on what people were telling us. While there were indicators that could have shown that there was already impact in terms of reporting, in terms of structural changes, the true indicators really came from the women themselves. What we had was a framework around confidence, conversation, and collectivism. The confidence of women in moving out with their friends for work, staying out late, going alone. That was one of the biggest indicators that told us that women were feeling safer in public places. The second was about conversation, whether it was between themselves or with their families. Were they able to talk about what was happening with them or to them in public places? And this also was one of the larger meta factors that was able to help us to, sort of not subsume, but also talk about reporting, because reporting could be formal or informal. Reporting doesn't necessarily mean that I make it to a police station and I report a crime, or I report it to one of the patrol cars. It could also be informal reporting in terms of anonymous calls, tweets, anything on Facebook. Were people talking about what was happening in public places? And the third on collectivism was this a topic that had become important for the families and for the bystanders themselves? Was this being spoken about, by other people? So the indicators that really came out of these consultations helped us look at this problem, not problem, but this research question, not just in terms of structural sort of safety measures, but also people safety measures. What was the perceived safety for women in public places? So measuring the right thing that has been informed by the right people. So like I said in the beginning, when we spend so much time with people, we try to not design for them. We're doing as much as we can to design with them. So that is what the third story was about. And again, because this is a little bit conversational, anyone who can see any kinds of patterns emerge, anything anyone wants to share before I tell you mine?
And
Okay,
if I can give you my
yeah,
input,
sure.
I think something that stood out to me is that in all of your stories, it started with taking the opinion of the community that you're working for and then building from there.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Anyone else want to go? Okay. Again, in the interest of time, and maybe I have just 5 more minutes, and then we can spend time on questions. This is something that I keep in mind or has helped me think through when I apply behavior science models and frameworks on the field. Elicit is a very important thing for me across all studies. We talk about not assuming, not making assumptions, and often people will talk about asking. I would urge that we take it one step further. Asking is step one. We don't always, as behavior science will tell you, people don't always give you the right answers, and for several reasons. It's not a good thing, bad thing. All of that is, sort of judgment. It's a different sort of judgment question, but oftentimes you're not getting the true answer. And when we start designing for solutions, what we need to keep in mind is that while there could be something that people said, that may not be the real reason why people are doing it. So eliciting becomes very important. And often eliciting means that going one step closer from conscious answers to non-conscious answers. You don't always get true motivations, obviously, and not in ways that can be ethically approved, but you can always go one step further. And there's several means in several disciplines that will tell you, you could use gamification, you could use implicit measures, you could use a lot of different means to get to these answers. But simple redesign or simple, reframing of the same conversation that you're in could help. That's one. Explore for me is important because I think that for me also, I was very, fascinated with the Renaissance era when I was in school. And I think one of the learnings to take back from that era is people didn't define themselves by one discipline. The problems that we see in the world and the challenges that we're solving are multidimensional and are, while we may, sort of develop expertise in one area, when we're looking for answers and developing solutions, it's very important to look at multidisciplinary sort of lenses. And that is not to say that one person needs to develop like 7 lenses. It's one of the most important things to be build a network of people who are studying different things and learning to sort of speak their language. Because eventually, as you work on a problem, it could be a fringe interest for someone else and a core interest for you. But just that one fringe interest could bring a question that can flip your entire, answer solution approach. And I think it's important why events like these or networks are important. That's why I spend so much time on them, because you learn a lot from, like semiotics, like I said, we're very grateful to work with a team that's already very deeply entrenched in that field. And we get to learn a lot from them, learn from them. That doesn't mean that I'm the semiotics expert, but over time and working with them, I've developed enough of a vocabulary to know what it is that they, ask for or do, and that helps me strengthen my own approach or my own instruments in a better way to get to the answer, faster, more effectively. And the last is experiment. All of you are scientists or scientists in the making. And as a true scientist knows, right, like we have to keep experimenting. I think it's important to learn from the science that we already have to build indicators, but also infuse our own sort of level of creativity or the adaptability that we're talking about, right? Like application is a lot of looking at one thing and putting it in another. And that requires a lot of experimental mindset. You have to be okay with just keep iterating and putting it in different places to see, like how we did when we were children. You had this little puzzle piece and you put it in 7 spots, and then to figure out which is the one that it fit in. So those are the 3 key things. And just to sort of summarize, for anyone who's trying to apply behavior science frameworks in like real world contexts, one is do not assume, try to ask, or also I would say more than ask, elicit. Second is always look elsewhere. It doesn't have to be a discipline. It can be a hobby. It can be a person, it can be a context, it can be a culture. You can find inspiration in a lot of places if that question is, in your mind and you're trying to figure things out. You'll always find like little puzzle pieces going into place when you look at something else from a very fresh perspective. I think it's very important for us to be wrong quick and fast so that we can keep iterating and we have to have the agility to adapt on the field. There's no other way to do it. We can always, sort of build the best framework, but it's not the framework that we build that we walk out with. So we have to learn to try and work within the scaffolding of a framework, but also have enough knowledge or material to be able to iterate. So even iterate doesn't mean that we go wildly off course. We need to understand the scaffolding of our question, of our community, of our context enough so that when we're adapting within that. And again, towards the objective of finding the answer or the solution. And this is the biggest one. I think there's magic in the mundane. I've been on the field for a long time, but being on the field is one part of it, right? Like preparing for the field is 70% of the job, and it's repetitive, and it looks very mundane. But 70% of the job is mundane because that's how, in establishing the scaffolding or developing the plan or doing the background checks or studying what comes before is really how we're able to do the applying or the application on the field. So these are just 4 key takeaways for anyone who's looking to apply. I can stop sharing now. That's all I had. I knew we had a short, sort of window of time. It's difficult to go through a lot, but I think these were key things that have helped me over the years. And for anyone else who may be, looking to do this through their research or as part of I believe there's a program still coming, and if anyone is taking part on that, perhaps that could help. So yeah.
Thank you, Divya.
Yeah.
I think it was a really great session. I think it's very important to speak about personal experiences rather than just theories, and you have given a wonderful overview of how to navigate and how was your own experience. If you have any questions, dear participants, please raise your hand or leave it in the chat box. Aditi, you may unmute your mic.
Hey, hi Divyani.
Hello.
You shared really good 3 cases, and what really stood out to me is the first one, which was washing powder. And I wondered, how do you come up with, or how does someone come up with the right questions to ask, so that they can get into their unconscious minds, right? So because if the statement example that you gave, any word would have been a different. I think the answer would have been different from what you wanted to know. So how does
Yeah.
someone make sure that they're asking the right questions, and how do they really come up with those?
Okay. Again, like this is my last point, right? Like magic in the mundane. I had already done a bunch of interviews. I had done 4 to 5 3-hour interviews where people were saying the same things. And while it sounds, like contradiction is one approach, in an explicit sort of like in a qualitative explicit methodology, you have a few ways to, you have vignettes, you have scenarios, you have a few methods that obviously if you do any, research, I'm sure you guys all as students would have access to. There are methods to ask because when somebody asks of you, you don't always want to be the one with the opinion. And again, it differs culture to culture. The Indian population functions a certain way. This may not apply to an Indonesian population or a Scandinavian population. The Indian population doesn't always want to have an opinion on certain topics. In that case, they're very happy to comment on their neighbors or 100 people like them. So, right. So when you design vignettes and you give them options, and of course, there's different scales that you can use. There's which can be applied to qualitative work as well. What I used was a simple contradiction, right? Inducing conflict is often used in groups and interviews to bring out answers. So for me, that was one of the first times I had applied it, and it brought me closer to an answer that I hadn't been getting over the last 2 days. But because I had, you know, the research question was straightforward. So we had developed a very straightforward instrument. But you also have to be, and it's not that we were getting wrong story that people will publicly respond to, but you also have to have implicit cues, right? That the brand can sort of help to embed in their storytelling. So how do you get to those cues? So contradiction, like I said, is one. There's often very other sort of methods like vignettes, um, social distancing. You can always essentially when you distance the subject from themselves, they find it easier to answer about that person. And
Interesting.
I think what also helps is to put yourself in their place. When you work as closely with people in any kind of research, think about yourself in that situation. And if you can't, think about your mother or the closest person who can be representative of your sample population. So if my sample is homemakers of a certain age group, I would imagine an older cousin or my mother and see would they answer in that situation.
Okay. Also, just to add on to this, let's say health is one of the issues, right? When
Yeah.
it comes to washing powder. So if they have to do marketing, so with on paper, like the unconscious mind says it's because of the society, right? They want to look good, but the conscious says that it's health. So how do someone decide in marketing which factor to tap into so that they can nudge more and
It's
more people?
Aditi, I think my request can be keep the follow-up questions offline
Yeah.
because we're short of time. You can certainly connect to Divyani on LinkedIn. Can we move to Ask Me Now? Thanks, Aditi.
Okay, no worries.
Hi, Divyani. Really interesting insights related to what actually happens on field. So, I wanted to ask that when I used to work in a market research organization, one of the major problems they faced was that people were simply reluctant or had a lack of time and interest in answering a structured questionnaire. So, they answered the questions which came at the top of their mind, which is something similar to what you faced.
Yeah.
And one of the insights that I got just now, matlab, this about having a conversation in their vernaculars is a very good idea. So, what other approaches did you use to overcome the reluctance or the obvious answers?
Um, See, I think these are all very intuitive things about people. Any kind of research that you induct anyone in, you've already primed them to a certain extent. So I think it has a lot to like design for what the person is coming primed to talk about. So if you try to fight against something that's on people's mind, it won't like, people will always go back to what they've come up with. So one of the things that I use, for example, is I often let the first question be obvious because you know that people want to say what they've come prepared to say. You need to let them empty it out. And then we go back to the questions that I want answers to. So that is something that helps me, whether in groups or in interviews. There's a lot of other ways to do it. I know, and I know I don't know if there's other people asking questions, but I just want to be mindful of time. I could speak about like again, it depends on qualitative, quantitative, right? Like in quantitative, if the client is willing to do it, we have in our repertoire, we do implicit association tests, which have worked really well. So instead of we triangulate explicit findings with the implicit association tests to know and sort of align with what is the question that we went in with and what is it that we're trying to find out. So your question is about elicitation techniques, I assume, and then so that's what we use in quant. And in qual, again, it's just framing, like somebody's put in the comments. Framing is, of course, the technique that is used, but what you frame and how you frame really comes from what it is that you're trying to get at. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Samira, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you, Professor, for this lovely presentation.
I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor yet. Sorry.
Sorry to
Nonetheless,
interrupt, but we would appreciate if you could turn on the camera if you're comfortable when asking
yes,
questions.
yes, of course. I noticed through your presentation the importance of considering the outliers in data. I'm a first year in Bachelor's of Psychology, so it's all very new to me still. But I'm realizing that statistics can't be the be all and end all. I just want to share my takeaway and hear your opinion on it. Because, for example, it stuck with me that you said that consistently all the women gave the same general answer of it's important, so I must clean the clothes. However, despite getting that complete perfect data, you felt that it was not quite real enough in a way, and the truth came from going beyond that. So
I wouldn't say it was not real enough. I know that you're stating a takeaway, it's not a question, but that wasn't to say that the answer was not real enough. Now, if the same method had been used in the previous 5 interviews, we may have gotten similar answers, right? We got log kya kahenge and identity from the following 2 to 3, but if the same method had been used, we may have gotten other answers. That's not, I can only hypothesize. I can't speak for them. So the emphasis of that story was the method and the methodology, because the focus is on applying. But on a separate topic, yes, outliers are important. I think the reason outliers are important is because they stretch your imagination of the spectrum. Right now, you imagine your spectrum to be a certain case for whether it's a Gaussian curve or any kind of curve. But when you have any cases of outliers, it stretches your imagination of the spectrum, and you can hold in your imagination possibilities you may not have considered before. So those outliers like you study psychology, right? Like when you study mental health, we study mental health again in a certain aspect of mental health disorders. When you go very far away from that into mental health disorders also include like biochemical disorders from the brain. So your spectrum increases and the possibility of what people could be, so we're on that spectrum in a very narrow sort of gauge, but your spectrum includes a whole lot of different type of people.
Thank you, Samira. Thank you, Divyanita. Especially thanks to Aditi for your follow-up question. But as I said, we are short of time and we want to move on. You should all know that Divyani leads the New Delhi Behavioral Network. She's the founder of the New Delhi Behavioral Network, Behavioral Science Network. So if there's one person you need to be connected with, it is Divyani. And my experience with Divyani, whenever I call her, she is in the field. So if you're looking for a behavioral scientist who is living with behavioral science, with people, it is Divyani. So I think you need to really be in touch with her. She could possibly invite you for her network events, and she's available on LinkedIn. Please connect with her. So can we take a moment to share our thanks and appreciation to Divyani in the chat box?
Thank you for your kind words. And I'm really, I apologize, Professor. I know I've been a little hard to get a hold
No,
of.
I meant it in the positive sense.
No,
Because
but
if you
thank
call a
you.
professor, the professor will say, I'm in class. But if I call a practitioner,
Yeah.
they should not be in office. They should be in the field. And that's what a behavioral scientist is expected to do.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. And thank you to the audience. Great questions. And thank you for inviting me, Professor.
Thank you so much. And
It's
look
lovely to
forward
be
to
here.
seeing you on Friday, where we will complete the summit along with Varun.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much, Divyani.
Have a
Talk
great
to you
day.
soon.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavan. Now it's time for the second round of Kahoot. Our team will be sharing the screen shortly of the Kahoot link and the QR code. Now let's test everyone's knowledge of what they have learned from these two amazing sessions. Also, before anyone leaves, please make sure that you remain because we will be sharing the feedback link of the session shortly. It is important that you fill for the participation certificates. Also, a new rule to the Kahoot. We are reducing 5 seconds for each levels. So this second, it is only going to be 15 seconds. The third Kahoot round will be in 10 seconds and the last one will be in 5 seconds. All the best to everyone. Dear participants, we'll start at 12:53 sharp. Please share a thumbs up after joining. You can do it in Kahoot or you can do it here as well. You see a lot of thumbs up. I think we're ready to go. Let's start. This is an easy question. Let's see. Okay, big questions in, and we have Tanya racing ahead, Ridhima behind, Annabelle, Manya, and Sahil. Now we have Tanya leading, Manya, Sannidhi, Asmita, and Dheeraj. And the final question. Okay, now let's see the podium. At third place, we have Asmita. And second, we have Manya. And the first goes to drum rolls. Tanya, let's go. We are sharing the feedback form in the chat. Please ensure that you sign in and register and give feedback of all the sessions. And once you're done, please leave a thumbs up in the chat.
And it's time to take one more picture for the day. Can you switch on your videos? Right. Let's get your pictures. Now we are halfway through to becoming a behavioral scientist. 4 sessions done, 4 more to go. When we complete by the evening, we'll be almost a full behavioral scientist. Hi, I see Annabelle. Hi, Annabelle, welcome. All right, we exchanged some messages in the morning. All right. Banu, can you switch on your camera? Freya, Aditi, switch on your videos. Right, okay. I'm still waiting for Freya if you're there. Okay, Aditi, if you can hear us. If not, I'm going to take one more picture. Now we will take a nudge picture. Show me a nice nudge gesture. Let's make nudge famous. It's a nudge picture. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Now, can you take a few minutes to complete the feedback? I saw someone saying it's not working. It's working? Right. Okay. So once we complete the feedback, we will close the session at around 1 p.m. and then we will convene back at 1:35 p.m. Remember this, our first speaker is from Durham University, Dr. Vladimir. So we will start the session at 12:35, have a short nudgy lunch and be back at 12:35, but make sure you complete the feedback. So if you have one word to share your experience in the morning, can you type it into the chat box? I feel great, or I learned something new. Type it into the chat box. That will really energize all the participants. Very good. Good, 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 good. Perfect. Thank you so much. Feel free to take a break, have a nice lunch, and see you all at 1:35 p.m. We have 4 fantastic speakers Dr. Vladimir from UK, Jess from UK, Bhushan from Bangalore, he's a practitioner, and Dr. Sumita from Portugal. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions in the meantime, please post it in the chat box. We'll be monitoring that. Thank you. See you at 1:35 p.m.
My name is Bhavna Venkateshwaran.
My name is Immaculate Damasus.
My name is Bani Preet Kaur. 2 hearts in the eyes and a smiling face.
I think the only transformation that I've had is that I learned to be a little more independent, do things on my own, and make more friends.
I am Pooja Khandelwar, a graduating student of Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences. When I came here, I was really blank. I had nothing in my mind, how will the course go, how my faculty will be, how my hostel life will be. But I can proudly say that I'm really confident as a person now. Okay, I think I got off to a bit of a rocky start, but then I think things ended well. I think when I first came here, I was very apprehensive at first of what it would look like. I didn't have experience of living outside home, and I think Jeju offered like the perfect kind of safe haven for me to explore what that looks like. And I think my friends that I made along the way transformed me, my teachers, my faculty, and most primarily I think the courses that I took. And I'm really, really fond of the curriculum and everything that it's taught me over the years. I would say online brain in this 2.0 world.
Art of Humane Storytelling in Media. It's a JINT elective. It was the best. It was amazing.
This has to be without a doubt Self and Other Psychotherapy Processes by Professor Purnima. Food truck area, definitely.
Yeah, JIPS corridor is the best study spot for me.
I think the JIPS corridor. My room. Common room SH14. Listen everything, but also put your own brains.
Don't use phones and laptops in Mohita ma'am's class. That's it.
Always carry black coffee with you and your denim jackets because you will be fighting with your classmates because of the AC temperature. JGU made me grow.
Independent.
JGU made me confident. A better person.
What is a nudge?
The science of small pushes introduced by Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein.
Nudging refers to influencing decision making by structuring the way choices are presented without limiting the freedom of choice.
According to Thaler and Sunstein, a nudge is a gentle prompt that influences people's behavior in a predictable way.
Nudging influences people how to make better decisions. It doesn't control, order, or enforce.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ragland Gamaliel. I work as an associate professor at the Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences. Today, the most important skill is that of understanding human behavior. Because whether it's marketing or leadership or management or business or entrepreneurship, it's all about influencing people. And influencing is not about logic alone. People tend to decide not logically, but behaviorally. Meaning, we are all influenced by our habits, our emotions, our biases, the context, and many more variables. So it's important to understand these factors in order to be able to influence people. And that's where behavioral science comes in, because behavioral science helps us to design nudge-based solutions that help people to make better decisions. The online behavioral science bootcamp, open to all students at undergraduate and postgraduate levels, will help you to learn the art and science of nudging. Facilitated by distinguished experts, this program will help you to learn how to identify a behavioral gap, how to understand the behavioral context, the behavioral frameworks you need to use in order to develop nudge-based solutions. So this program will help you to gain those skills which are required by the industry and will give you critical skills that will help you to shine in the marketplace.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lakshata Chaudhary, lecturer with General Institute of Behavioral Sciences. Criminology and victimology are the fields where nudges can play a very important role. These nudges can be made through awareness prompts, simple reporting system, reminder messages, and supportive institutional designs that can encourage safer choices, reporting, and prevention of crime.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vasundhara S. Nair. I work as an assistant professor in the General Institute of Behavioral Sciences. Neurodiversity is an area which definitely requires a lot of nudges. Nudges in the form of behavioral change models, which shall help not just the stakeholders who identify themselves as neurodivergent, but also the individuals who are going to be employing them. Workplaces need to have more positive structures such that we are able to nudge that idea in them that we need a more neurodiverse, inclusive space.
Hi, I'm Sanidhi and I'm an applied psychology master's student with a specialization in industrial and organization psychology. So if I see the relevance of nudges to workplaces, we always see that employees say that they want to do something but do not always follow through. And that's where nudges come in, because these are small, subtle changes that can change behavior but do not necessarily through strict policies. So whether they are defaults where employees are enrolled in courses where they can opt out, or whether they are reminders that are sent right before deadlines, these can change behavior. So the people are the same, the choices are the same, but the design is smarter.
Behavioral science matters because most problems aren't about lack of knowledge, they are about how people choose to behave. Even when we know what's right for us, our decisions are shaped by habits, emotions, and contexts. And that's where nudge comes in. They don't force change, they gently guide it. For example, many of us want to start journaling for mental health, but don't follow through. Instead of asking for a full entry, a nudge could be as simple as maybe write one sentence about how you feel right now. And that small shift lowers the barrier and makes starting easier. And that's the power of behavioral science, designing small changes in an environment that makes better decisions easier, especially in emotionally vulnerable moments.
Hi, my name is Rintisha and I'm currently pursuing my MSc in Applied Psychology and I'm specializing in community psychology. And today I'm going to talk about the relevance of behavioral sciences. So behavioral sciences studies how and why people make decisions and perform certain behaviors. Behavioral sciences are crucial in almost every person-facing discipline in that it looks to bridge and address the gaps between intent and knowledge and action, right? So in a discipline like community psychology or even public health and policy or sociology, it goes beyond just fixing the individuals and looks to fix the system or environment that these individuals live in, such that the behaviors that we want to see from these people comes more naturally to them. And this is often done through things like nudges or choice architecture. And this is why behavioral science is so crucial in all the work that we. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Vladimir. Welcome. This is Dr. Raglan. I'm just switching on my camera. So we gave a lunch break. We're just waiting for the students to come back. Just give me a few minutes. I should be up soon.
All right, my microphone was off. Hi, Ragland.
Right. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Hope you're
Just
having
give
an
a few
exciting day.
minutes. We'll start in a few minutes from now. You can see Suhani online. She's the one who will be introducing you.
Good afternoon. Hi, Shani.
We had a great forenoon. We had 4 sessions and we closed it around 1 p.m. India time for lunch. So I think all the participants will be nudging their lunch right now.
All right. Let me try sharing my presentation first. I would like to...
Yes, you are the host.
All right. A portion of the screen.
Yeah, perfect. You can put it on full presentation mode. Okay, good. Just give a few minutes and then we'll start. Perfect. Looks good.
Excellent.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. Am I audible? As we move into the second half of our bootcamp, we now focus on designing effective behavioral intervention. Steve Jobs once said, "Design is not what it looks like and feels like, design is how it works." To help us design impactful intervention, we are honored to have Dr. Vladimir, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Psychology, Durham University. Before moving to Durham, he held a postdoctoral position at Ruhr University, Bochum, Germany. Dr. Vladimir studies ways in which stories motivate behavior, focusing on value instantiation, which is the process through which basic human values such as security or power find expressions in everyday behavior. His research looks at how ideas and ideals motivate people, how personal traits interact with social influence, and how motivation shows up in written text. His work employs experimental and observational methods, as well as computational methods in social research, such as agent-based models, natural language processing, and machine learning techniques. His applied research addresses health behavior, pro-environmental behavior, electoral politics, terrorism, and anti-war activism. Dr. Vladimir, we're eager to learn from your expertise. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you for a great introduction, Swani. So yes, I'm Vladimir Ponizovsky. I hope you can hear me all right. I'm an assistant professor in consumer psychology at Durham. And since we have such a great audience of aspiring behavioral scientists here today, I would take a few minutes to talk about my department and our behavioral science program. So Durham is one of the oldest universities in the UK, third oldest after Oxford and Cambridge. It's beautiful, so this is the view that I pass on my way to work every day. And metrics-wise, it consistently ranks within top 10 UK universities. This year, it's number 5, again after Oxford, Cambridge, UCL. And it holds a position within the top 100 universities worldwide for last decades. And behavioral science and psychology more broadly are especially strong at Durham. This stats are also for psychology in general, so it's top 3 in the UK by employability. And we have a master's program in behavioral science that might be of interest to some of you here. Briefly about the program, it's a 1-year program. It's divided into 3 parts: the dissertation, the independent research project that you complete under the supervision of one of our world-leading scientists, and advanced research training that includes quantitative methods, strong focus on quantitative methods, but also broader research practice skills, and subject courses on things like behavioral economics, public policy, power and influence, diversity, things like this. So the master's program is embedded in a research environment in Durham that is rich on behavioral science. We have the Durham Center for Behavioral Science, Center for Experimental and Behavioral Research, Behavioral Science Clinic, and others that are open, of course, to our graduate and undergraduate students. And we have close ties to the Durham Business School, so this is very applied. So a lot to be excited about, and a really intellectually stimulating place to be if behavioral science is your interest. Here are some roles that are open to our graduates. Ironically, in the age of AI, human behavior is becoming more and more important, people care about it, and specialists are very much sought after by the industry and by the government alike. So opportunities exist across the board, and they focus on understanding, communicating, changing behavior. So things we are going to be talking about today, and things you're talking about more broadly during the day, and focusing on the behavior of the public, the employees, consumers, and so on and so forth. So here are some positions that were landed by our graduate from the last year. So these are behavioral sciences for corporations, such as Uber, quite a few roles in the government, including some fun ones like the MI6, more stable ones like the Department for Transport in the UK and the EU and elsewhere. So if you're thinking what to do after your bachelor's, consider us. Our master's is one exciting opportunity to consider. All right. So today we will be talking about designing behavioral interventions, and I was asked to step in for roughly 30 minutes, so it will necessarily have to be brief. I'll also try to leave as much time as possible for the Q&A. So we'll go through the steps of intervention design, identifying the behavior, specifying the audience for your intervention, specifying the mechanisms, and implementing the intervention. And after that, I will take questions. All right, so before you start designing your intervention, chances are you know roughly what it is going to be about, right? You were hired to do something, improve health outcomes, get more people to vote, improve food choices, increase sales. Unless this is a school assignment, there is some direction and some constraints. But the first and the most important thing you can do is to put your laser focus on a specific behavior, on one decision, one moment in time, one opportunity that you want to change. And you will notice that success stories in behavior change target this very specific act. The very famous interventions: fly the urinal in the Schiphol airport in Amsterdam, the opt-out for organ donations, fruit at eye level at the cafeteria. This is all very, very targeted. A study recently came out last month, and it included some of our data too. And it looked into what aspects of interventions make them most effective. And these are different metrics of interventions. And you can see that it's not even close. Specificity is what matters the most. And this will be the common thread today. And if you will take away one thing from my talk, I want to be this: be very, very specific. And another thing that I want to stress is that you want to think small. Human behavior is complex. There are many things factoring in. You will not be able to change most of them. And except for some outlier cases, changing it radically is unlikely. Most behavioral interventions have small to medium effect sizes. This is very well documented. So this is what you want to expect when you design. However, small changes does not equal unimportant changes or unnecessary changes. They can compound over time, and they can trigger behavioral cascades, right? There is a whole literature on threshold effects. Once a behavior is spread enough, it often starts reinforcing itself. So when you're deciding on a target, try to focus, try to think, where would a small change have the most practical effect? And where could changes accumulate over time? Right, after selecting the target behavior, the next most important thing you can do is think about your audience. Think and learn about your audience. Take active steps to learn about it. So you might have heard this story. It's a classic, but following the Second World War, the US Navy looked into accidents in their Air Force and found that many could be traced to cockpit design. So the airmen complained about the cockpits being uncomfortable, and accidents could be traced back to ergonomics designs. And the cockpits were designed for average measurements of an American serviceman. So average height, average weight, arm length, leg length, chest circumference, such things. So in a study that became a classic, Lieutenant Gilbert Daniels surveyed hundreds of US pilots with 14 physical measures such as height, weight, and so on and so forth, and found that none of them, exact zero, were close to average on all the 14 metrics. Everyone is special in some way. Everyone is a little bit of a snowflake. So that marked this radical move from designing based on averages to ergonomic designs that aimed to cover distributions, 95% of physical parameters, through things such adjustable seats, straps, and so on and so forth. But the moral of the story here is that if you think, well, my intervention is just for normal humans, we remove some barriers, we provide some incentives, we increase behavior, then you're likely missing out on what is going to matter the most. Your target population is not average unless you are deploying something to humans, to every human in the world. Even your website visitors are special and different from your average human, and you want to capitalize on that. They have different opportunities, they have different capacities, and different things matter to their behavior from an average person. So one way to improve your person, to make your design person-centric is to include stakeholders early, and that serves a variety of functions. This is also a very important thing that can improve your interventions a ton. So first of all, it's a check on ethics. We're not covering intervention ethics today, although it's a fascinating topic in itself. But people are going to provide a check on whether what you're doing is appropriate, whether your position is adequately balanced by the interests and positions of other people involved in this process. It's an early check on feasibility and appropriateness. If you include people who spend much more time than you, have much more ground knowledge of the process than you do, you're going to get useful information for your design. And if you bring people aboard early, it increases the chances that the intervention will be used, implemented with fidelity, and so on and so forth. So some types of the stakeholders that you want to be including, that you want to be thinking of, most importantly, are the recipients or the participants or the patients, the people for whom the intervention is designed. It's decision makers in the space that you're working in. So, for example, if this is a food choices intervention for a cafeteria, that would be the managers of the cafeteria, the university administration, and so on and so forth. Partners and people with whom you are developing the intervention, and people who are going to be on the ground implementing your intervention. Right. So we focused on the behavior. We looked at the audience for our intervention, and we want our interventions to be evidence-based and theory grounded. And these are two sort of buzzwords that are often thrown around. The intervention is good because we want both. They're not the same thing. Right. So evidence-based policymaking is not a new phenomenon. It's the idea that what you do is supposed to be supported by objective evidence, by something you've carefully corrected and verified, and it has been used across the world for centuries. For example, the Ashanti Empire in modern-day Ghana carefully managed gold mining in the pre-colonial era, and the decisions of where to mine, how to mine, for how long to mine, for how much to tax the miners were made by employed administrators based on the data on yields, mine sustainability, profits, and so on. And the Council of the Ashanti Empire reviewed the data. But in the English-speaking world, evidence-based policymaking became a big thing around 25 years ago, and it has been one of the drivers for research into behavioral interventions as we know them. And as opposed to evidence-based, which is based on the data, theory-grounded means based on a theory, on a theoretical model of the change that you want to push forward. So theory-grounded means that the intervention relies on a theoretical model of change, However related it is to the psychological or behavioral or economic theories, what we care about is that it clearly specifies how the change occurs and has a defined mechanism of cause and effect. So what is a mechanism of change? The mechanism of change is this hypothesized theoretical cause and effect relationship, where the effect is the behavior and the cause is what we're looking to change, right? This is a working model of the process, and we want this model to be clear. And the model can be based on more esoteric psychological theories or behavioral change models, which are distillations of practical guides to psychological theory. There are a few of those, such as COM-B, Mindspace, EAST, a number of frameworks, and they distill this more abstract theory into more easily actionable tidbits. But as long as you have a working theory for how the process unfolds, you have a theory-grounded intervention. Recently, for example, I led a team on an intervention competition, and we used this more abstract idea of future self-connectedness. The intervention was about climate change mitigation, climate conscious decisions, and we wanted to reduce the psychological distance between the environment and the person, and the future self and the person. And it worked fairly well. We got into third place out of 12 or fourth, depending on the metrics, in this paper that was recently published in Science Advances. So don't be afraid also to go beyond the behavior change models and think about the behavior in more theoretical, conceptual, psychological terms. Sometimes it works very well. So I know you just had a session on behavior change models, and I do not know a lot about the content of it, so I'll just briefly cover one popular one, perhaps the most popular one, the COM-B, that was developed by Michi and colleagues. So COM-B is a distillation of 33 psychological theories over 80 studied constructs that helps map out important predictors of behavior to select them for then targeting for interventions. And the basic idea here is that into every behavior factors three things: capability, which is how capable is the person to perform the behavior in question if given an opportunity. Opportunity, then, how easy does the environment make it to perform the behavior, and motivation. How much does the person want to perform the behavior? And capacity and opportunity both feed into the motivation, and all three have this bidirectional relationship with the behavior. Once you've done it, you know that you can do it. You figured out the opportunities, motivation self-reinforce. Right, so this can be further distilled into psychological and physical capability, with psychological capability being the knowledge and skills that you have to enact the behavior, and physical capability being things like physical strength, skill, stamina, how much you can actually aim at the fly in the urinal. Opportunity can be separated into physical opportunity and social opportunity. Again, physical opportunity being about the accessibility of behavior, how much time it requires, where does it happen, where does the person have to be, and social opportunity is about things like normativeness, how accepted it is socially. And then you can think about reflective and automatic motivation. Here it parallels dual process theories and separates this deliberative decision making from automatic processes such as impulses, habits, inhibitions, and so on. Right, so this is a model that has been used very widely in the past 15 years. A behavioral change wheel is this policymaker tool that is based on COM-B, and it helps combine COM-B components with intervention types and policy categories. So for example, if you want to increase physical capability, you might think about environmental restructuring or training or persuasion, and you can achieve that through provision of services, for example, to train people, or fiscal incentives for engaging in exercise, and so on and so forth. Right, so COM-B is not a theory in itself. It is this diagnostic tool that is based on psychological theory, and it streamlines some of the decisions that go on to intervention design. And behavioral change models broadly give you this menu of predictors or potential causes that you may target, and potential ways of targeting them. And you can think about it as this menu, right? And in line with what I've been saying earlier about specificity, this is going to be a common thread through this talk. Try not to overorder from this menu. Select one or a very small selection of variables that you want to target and focus on them when designing your interventions. The multi-pronged interventions sometimes work, sometimes people try to kind of hash the risks, but ultimately it's going to be very likely one of those prongs that's going to be carrying most of the weight. Select the variables that you anticipate are going to have the most effect on the behavior and are most changeable. So this is a trade-off for selecting the variable. Right. So once you have pinned down the target behavior and the audience and the mechanism of change, you will want to implement the intervention. And interventions come in different types, of course, as we've seen just previously, from legislation to guidelines to service provision and fiscal measures. So there isn't one guide to fit all. But here are some things that you should be thinking about when designing a delivery. One thing that I would like you to think about when planning delivery is this concept of intervention fidelity, from implementation fidelity, that has been around for a bit. But the thing is that often the interventions are not implemented just as they are designed, and that's expected. But small deviations can lead to large changes in performance, right? People cut corners, implementers adapt to context that they're doing, that they're working in. People who implement have different skill sets, different incentives. And that is a recurring and big issue in the field of intervention evaluation, because if you don't measure fidelity, then you don't know if differences in intervention effectiveness, such as the ones that were looked at previously, are not down to just that, to some interventions being implemented with higher fidelity and some lower fidelity. We know that fidelity can be quite low. So, for example, CBT interventions have been shown to have surprisingly low intervention fidelity, affecting the outcomes strongly. Right. So again, in the delivery stage as well, the specificity and precision is what you want to be thinking about. So develop a step-by-step plan. What is the exact process that happens? Who are the people that are involved? If it's an education campaign, then standardize the learning materials, standardize the environment, how you deliver those materials. If you're altering a physical environment, if you're moving unhealthy foods out of direct line of sight, know exactly how you're going to do it, measure that line of sight, standardize presentation, maybe get cases for the foods. You want to know how is it done, with what resources, who are the people who are involved, do they need training, how are they selected, what are their own incentives and constraints in delivering it. Think about the time frame of the intervention. Is this short term? Is this long term? Are you looking to reap the rewards within days or weeks, or is this kind of a slow burner builder over years? And when you have the implementation plan, you want to implement this with high fidelity. So pre-test it in realistic conditions, and that will allow you to scope out threats to fidelity, as well as provide some initial evidence for it working or not. You want to plan for constraints. What if the things don't happen on time? What are the possible threats? What if the implementers have incentives that you haven't thought about it? What should be prioritized in training if the resources are limited, and so on and so forth. And you want to implement the intervention in a way that allows for its evaluation. I know this is going to be a session after me, but think about it already when you're designing the intervention. Think about the data that you will need to evaluate effectiveness. How is it going to be collected? How its integrity is going to be ensured? How it's going to be stored and then later used for analysis. Right, so I'm a little bit ahead of schedule, which is good. We'll have more time for the Q&A. So as I mentioned earlier, the most important takeaway here is being precise, most importantly about what you target, but also who you target. Interventions are always context specific. They're always people specific. And the largest mistake that I see behavioral scientists make is assuming that people are all the same and that we're just designing for people. No, the same things don't work for everybody. And behavior is very, very context situated. And this is topic of my more broader research program. But behavior makes sense in context. You want to be specific about your mechanism. You want to focus on a specific one. Multi-pronged interventions do work, but usually it's the one prong that has been developed best and has made more sense from the beginning, that carries the intervention. One good insight is what it takes. Again, think about the opt-out for organ donations, the piano staircase in Stockholm, the urinal fly. They're pointed, sharp interventions. That's what we're aiming at. And when you implement, design for fidelity and design for evaluation, which is something to be covered next. So this is it from me. This was a necessarily boiled down version of what we teach here at Durham. So again, do consider our programs if this is one of your interests. I'll post maybe a flyer in the chat. It was a pleasure to speak to this group. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Vladimir, for that insightful session. As an applied psychology student myself specializing in IO, I found this session incredibly relevant and helpful, especially your emphasis on being specific and thoughtfully considering our audience. And as you mentioned, particularly when we're understanding behavior in the age of AI. So now it's time for question and answers. We'll follow the same process as before. You may raise your hand or drop the questions in the chat box. Palak, please go ahead with your question.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for this insightful session. My question pertains to the combi model that you just taught us. I wanted to understand because we talk a lot about cultural context of theories. So how applicable is combi in, let's say, Indian culture, specifically in terms of opportunity? Because as far as my understanding is, the opportunity part in the model sort of depends on the cultural context that we are, planning the intervention is. So it would be really helpful if you could, shed some light on that.
All right, thank you for your question. And yes, cultural context as a form of context paramount. I would say that COMBI model is applicable because it is not a behavioral theory. It's a map to different behavioral theories, and you want to be taking the context into account when you design, and COMBI sort of points you in the direction of about. And it's based on very, very fundamental theories of human behavior that are pretty universal. So when we're talking about opportunity, that psychological and physical opportunity exists or matters for behavior in India, it does. Whether these opportunities are the same as they are in a UK context or the US context, definitely not. So you have different social norms, things that are acceptable in or expected or normative in the UK and in India are not the same. Similarly with physical opportunities. So I would say you can look at the COMBI model to point you to some of the things that might matter, and then you want to have as much context and learn as much as you possibly can about not only your broader culture but also the specific situation that you're working with to apply them. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, thank you so much.
Cheers.
Okay, we have a question from Manisha. How different is behavioral science from behavioral economics?
Behavioral science is a broader umbrella term than behavioral economics. Behavioral economics as like these are terms and umbrellas and ways of structuring science and also advertising and promoting science to both each other, academics, students, policymakers, and so on and so forth. Behavioral economics as a term comes from the work of Kahneman and Tversky, who themselves identify the social psychologists. But it focuses on decision-making very much and on economic decisions more than the economic models of behavior than another aspect. Behavioral science is a broader term of multiple approaches, psychological, but also from economics, also from sociology, also from business and marketing, that what unites them is focus on behavior. So behavioral science, broad umbrella term, behavioral economics is a subsection of behavioral science. So we have a behavioral science master's, for example, and behavioral economics is two of the elective modules in the content part. So you can go into economic games, the game theory, models of behavior, and biases and heuristics, and this sort of influences on decision making. But you can also look at behavior more broadly.
Dr. Vladimir, I would like to get your perspective on this. In the age of AI, where behaviors are constantly being shaped by algorithms, how do you think we can ensure that our behavioral interventions remain ethical while still being effective?
Oh, that's a big question. Okay, so there isn't a right or wrong answer to that. Ethics in behavioral science and behavioral interventions is a big topic. There are various positions from very strong defenses of what we're doing is ethical. All the possible attacks are laughable to behavioral interventions and nudges are an affront to human dignity, which is also something that was published around 2015, I think. I think so. One useful way of thinking about it that I found, and that we cover here at Durham, is thinking from the perspectives of moral philosophy and the differences between persuasion or influences and manipulation. And there is strong philosophical work delineating the two. And one is what you're focusing on. Are you focusing on outcomes for yourself at the expense of the other, or are you looking for a win-win situation? How likely are people how transparent are you? And that is also a big field. Oftentimes what people react to is not that their behavior is being influenced, but that it's being influenced for nefarious means and covertly. And if your behavioral interventions to be effective don't have to be covert. A lot of things are quite transparent. So the fly that I keep referring to is it's a very like you understand that you are being manipulated, and you have agency, autonomy to work on it. So in the age of AI, as you mentioned, I feel there is a lot of justified pushback against interest, like what is it done for? What is the behavior influenced for? Because for the large tech corporations, the incentive is often the money, and this is something that people don't like, being influenced for money and transparency. To what extent this what we're doing is hidden versus in plain sight or acceptable. But Immanuel Kant is a great philosopher. I think not treating people as ends as means to an end, treating people as an end in itself. That's my shortcut out of difficult philosophical and ethical questions. Thank you. Thank you. It's a great question.
Thank you for that. Robin, you can go ahead with your question, please.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for the session. I just have a question regarding the target population. It was just a thought of mine, but you're basically saying, let's say I design an intervention for customers of a specific company, which I want to change some behavior, let's say. So it's not enough to assume this group is basically similar because there are customers of this company. You want to divide it by more factors, right?
Yes and no. Well, first of all, I would think what the company is. The customers of Adidas versus the customers of the HSBC versus customers of Netflix are different people, and coming into this situation that you are going to be influencing with different mindsets, different expectations, different it is a different behavior. So I think a great mistake would be to say, well, they're just the customers. Here is they're 5% more female and 25% older than the general population. So this is what I'm going off. Normally, they're going to be more specific than that. More, if it's Netflix, it's people at the end of the day who have been putting in the work for 8 hours and need to turn their brain off, and a specific subset of those people, and you want to be speaking to them, right? Targeting interventions and adapting interventions is a separate issue. Can also be wildly effective. Yes, you can subdivide your population to smaller groups to which you can speak more meaningfully, right? Again, I'm sorry to be always using the urinal, but it's half of the population, and you also like this feeds into into what sort of being at an airport for a guy feels like, looks like. It's different, it's specified. So yeah, also subdivide the population and try to, like, better is your understanding and the definition of the person you're speaking to, the more likely your intervention is going to be effective. So if you're designing for customers at large, you can learn some of those things. And the best things to learn is, it's surprising, but like, is to ask how little people do that. Just speak to those people, and you will learn way more than you can hypothesize, theorize by imagining those people from behind the computer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
For that engaging session, Dr. Vladimir. Before I pass the mic to Professor Ragland, I would just like to remind everyone to fill the feedback form. The links have been shared again. This is the only way we'll be able to get you your certificates. So please do fill the feedback form. So sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Vladimir. I think it was a fantastic session. For me, as an academic and a practitioner, when I was listening to your presentation, it was so clear. I think it was kind of helping us to consolidate all the learning in the forenoon into a process which can be implemented seamlessly from a behavioral science perspective. I just have one question, because I did see Dr. Maria talking about a lot of opportunities for behavioral scientists. And I also see Jess has already come. Jess, welcome. So any thoughts from you, Dr. Vladimir? What are some opportunities opening up for behavioral scientists or students of behavioral science?
Well, I think over the past 15 years, industry has become more and more attuned to how important behavior change is, and how much difference it can make in the regular day-to-day operations. And the businesses become more tied to human behavior, more closely kind of aligned and adjusted. So thinking about one of our recent graduates working for Uber, this is all behavior. This is all management of behavior into hopefully mutually beneficial situation. And the competition with online services, with people, with so much of the behavior moving online, with so much data coming in on it, there's small differences in behavior that are amenable to changes through nudges, through choice design, through interventions, is what makes one of those companies outcompete another. So the demand for behavioral science in industry has been growing strongly. I'm interested in and have been collaborating with governments on understanding behavior, and I have also been seeing growing interest there. So the centers that open up and the amounts of people that have been hired into this kind of behavioral analyst, behavioral data scientist roles, and just the sheer volumes of data that is being analyzed have dramatically increased since I entered the field. So very broad answer, but
That's good, because I think the one takeaway for me is that the demand for behavioral scientists is on the rise. And to share with all of you, when I reached out to Durham University and I was speaking with Dr. Mario, head of the department, I said, I want somebody from your university to be a part of the experts. He said, there's only one name I can think of, and that was Dr. Vladimir. And I think you were able to clearly specify what is expected. So I request everyone to share your thoughts on thanks and appreciation to him in the chat box. Please thank Dr. Vladimir. And if you can switch on your cameras, I would like to take a good picture so that he can take it as a memoir back to Durham University and say, yes, today we were able to meet a lot of the potential students. And he has also posted the brochure of Durham University. Feel free to review that. And if you have any questions, please reach out to Dr. Vladimir on LinkedIn, and he should be able to provide you some insights on international opportunities for students from psychology and behavioral science. So let me get your picture. Try to switch on your camera. One big picture with Dr. Vladimir. Anyone else? Please switch on your camera. Okay, I see a lot of people, a lot of students. Welcome. Let me just take a picture so that we can send a nice picture to Durham. Who knows? Some of you may be progressing for your higher education to UK, and now you have a name to remember, Dr. Vladimir. Thank you so much, Dr. Vladimir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Look forward to being in touch with you.
Sorry, I couldn't get to all of the
Yes, you can
questions,
log off
but
now.
reach out if you have more. I
Thank you
wish
so much.
you a very productive afternoon. Bye.
Suhani, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Ragland. Designing intervention is only the beginning. Testing and refining them is where impact truly emerges. Oscar Wilde once said, "An idea that is not dangerous is unworthy of being called an idea at all," reminding us of the courage needed to experiment. To guide us through prototyping and testing, we have Mr. Jez Groom, global behavioral science leader and founder of Small World Consultancy. With over 35 years of global experience, Mr. Jez is a pioneer in applied behavioral science. Recently named the MCA's Experience Leader of the Year 2025, he has spent his career bridging the gap between academic psychology and the boardroom. From painting murals to fighting crime to scaling Cowrie Consulting into a Financial Times ranked firm, Mr. Jez has launched the careers of over 150 plus behavioral scientists. He's a board member of Besky.org, an honorary research fellow at City St. George Universities, London, and author of Ripple, a guide to driving big business impact through small behavioral changes. Mr. Groom, we're truly looking forward to your insights. Over to you.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. And yeah, let me share my screen and hope this will work. Okay, it's time. Okay, so I think that's coming up on the screen. Is that good?
Yeah, you can see that. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Well, yeah, thank you very much for that introduction and the topic of this particular talk. So let me just do a little bit of a wider intro. So I sit on the board of Bessie.org, which promotes applied behavioral science. Was previously known as Action Design Network, but we're doing some great work across the world. Accredited by GABS. I'm sure quite a lot of people on the call have looked at this or maybe accredited themselves, but I've been supporting that since the inception. And then, yeah, I'm really proud that I was kind of held up as kind of being able to translate behavioral insights into something really valuable within the Management Consultancies Association. So I was, putting, I suppose, behavioral science on the map in, the likes of KPMG, Deloitte, McKinsey, Bain, BCG, etc. And I've had a few behavioral science consultancies. I had a prototype very, very early on. Then I helped co-found the Yoga with Proposition. More recently, I've just finished my tenure at Cowrie after a decade, and then literally 2 weeks ago, launched Small Wonder, which is a small consultancy of one that helps small to medium-sized enterprise. And then I've got something coming up in July, which I'm really sort of excited about, which is helping, I suppose, act as an intermediary and a matchmaker, so that whether it be recruitment in this field, so if we were just talking about that, or whether it's kind of like helping clients find behavioral science solutions. So more of that later in the year. So on to today, really, I just want to talk about these three topics. The first one is execution is everything, so building prototypes and putting them into the real world is really, really quite important to see how behavior is exhibited. And once you've got those prototypes kind of live, like what's the testing criteria? And I'll talk about sometimes you can have lots and lots of ideas and they just cost too much to create those prototypes. So we need to rationalize it down and make sure that we're investing wisely. And then finally, I'll talk about measurement and a specific sort of part of measurement. So I'm not going to be talking about statistical analysis. It's not a strength of mine. I've said that throughout my career. I'm pretty good at maths, but nowhere near as good as most probably everybody on the call. And but it's more about spillovers and unintended consequences, which I think aren't covered enough, and I'll share some thoughts on that. So let's get on to prototyping, and execution is everything, and building on the rest of what you've studied in the day. You know, this particular piece of work, it was kind of conducted by our team back in 2012. It wasn't my idea. I always say that. It was Tara's idea. But it's well celebrated right at the very, very beginning of behavioral science kind of history, but also is quoted in quite a lot of literature and studies now. And it was quite famous because it was really an innovative kind of prototype. So I think you heard Dr. Vladimir talking about flying the urinal. This kind of came kind of fairly after that, and it was about how we might change behavior in areas of London that were affected by really strong antisocial behavior. So I'll see if this works. I'm going to just whip out to the BBC website where this was kind of featured, still hosted, and just show a short film. And if the sound doesn't work, I can talk about it. I'm used to technology sometimes not working, but let's see.
Jess, should we unmute or should we switch on the audio of the...
So what was quite interesting about this piece of work was that we did the executional piece, and we saw this drop in antisocial behavior. We looked at antisocial behavior statistics on the street and then surrounding streets. And it was kind of seen as kind of breakthrough innovation in behavioral science, and it was incredibly creative. You know, we had street artists, we had people spray painting. It was out in the real world. This wasn't like a controlled text message experiment from a local council. This was something that was very, very much live. And one of the things that I've always said initially is it had very, very low fidelity experimental design because we were so focused on the execution. We wanted to create a prototype, and to do that, you know, we had a team of 4 or 5 behavioral scientists, but we were working with, you know, people that were liaising with the local shop owners, people that were liaising with all of the artists, people that were liaising with helping us kind of be like guerrilla and activists kind of overnight. But what was brilliant about this was that over time, the Ogilvy team, after I'd left, did a longitudinal analysis to prove that it was statistically significant, and it was, in fact, a real good result. But what's interesting was the amount of people we needed around the behavioral science team to really make this happen and create this kind of prototype. One kind of prototype that failed was another really interesting strategic piece of work. And this was to help with about water reduction in Thailand. And it was around a specific product that a big corp had created for their sustainability kind of drive, which was often you needed like 2 or 3 rinses of your clothes to get the water out and the fabric conditioner in so they smelt nice. And it just took a lot of labor, a lot of time, but also it also used a lot of water. So they created essentially a fabric conditioner for washing and hand washing in Thailand predominantly that speeded that process up. And but people didn't believe it, because how could something that looked the same, it was sold in the same shops, it was actually a smaller package, and could be more effective and quicker. It just doesn't make sense psychologically. So what we did is we actually created a bucket, and that bucket had certain technical aspects to it. So it had a measuring tap, it had measuring lines, and it had ripples on the side for you to essentially wash your clothes better, to kind of create an effort reward heuristic. So people felt like they were putting more effort in, it was more technical, so therefore it could be developed quicker. So the strategic kind of thinking was pretty amazing, but the prototype failed. And it was really interesting because we had 2 extremes really. We had on one hand, a team that were looking at maybe taking a number of like 15 buckets and then welding bits of plastic on, making the ripples on, putting the measuring lines on. But that was quite intense and quite skilled. Or the other extreme was we were looking at maybe doing a mass production, so getting a CAD design, put it down essentially a plastic molding route in China. And both of them, the buckets cost about £3,000 each. And like, I just remember when we were presenting it to the client, we were pretty naive, I think, that we didn't really manage expectations about kind of like what the prototype and execution would cost, but also didn't really describe what the business case potentially could be. And it just didn't happen. We just couldn't get it over the line. We were super excited. We had this proposition, and but we hadn't thought about essentially the business case and how this might kind of roll out, and didn't have that ecosystem, if you like, of people to help us. So kind of prototype learnings, if you like, that execution is everything piece in behavioral science. The first thing is that I still believe that behavioral science doesn't have a true appreciation of design. Like, creativity is incredibly messy, and it's incredibly specific. So those sort of concepts, when they come together, can be quite confounding, I think, for behavioral scientists. And it is interesting when you look at the course curriculum for a lot of behavioral scientists, it doesn't have much time, if any, on design. I know Ruth Schmidt in America leads a brilliant course in Illinois, but that's kind of it. We had to develop quite a lot of those skills within our team. The second one is that behavioral scientists, I think, are brilliant at kind of making ideas and making ideas up and coming up with strong experimentation, but actually making things that exhibit in the real world. We don't have that ecosystem. It's just a different world. And what we had to do is kind of partner with quite a lot of, like, we call them innovation labs, to help us kind of create these prototypes. And then the final thing is kind of understanding kind of what the business or the governmental case for scaling could be. I think BehaviourWorks Australia have done some good work in this space, and it's got better and better as every year has gone on. But I think we got pretty good, I think, at my last consultancy, understanding kind of like what the scaling costs would be, but what the potential for behavior change would be, and then what the kind of the lifetime value of that would be, over a month, a quarter, a year, 5 years, 10 years, to prove to an organization it was worth the significant investment. In terms of the process of taking a prototype to design, there's kind of some theories, frameworks, and models that I've used. I'm fairly agnostic. Most of these you would have heard before. Some of them are bespoke for a reason. So the first one is that I do believe that COM-B is the best, I think, diagnostic tool. I think it encompasses kind of like more aspects, I think, of what's getting in the way from the behavioral perspective. I think the behavior change wheel sometimes can be a bit complex and quite policy orientated, so I think it's particularly helpful in that environment, but maybe not elsewhere. I still think Mindspace, I remember using it in 2010 when it was first created. I still think that's got a lot of applicability. I think it's a really, really good fertile framework to generate ideas. And one that you might not have heard about, which is kind of sits more in the creativity, strategic innovation space, is What If. I've got 4 R's. So they look at things like revolution or reframing problems. So, have a look at that. It's freely available. And it's a really good framework for kind of more higher order, bigger ideas. We developed some ones in my previous consultancy around thin slicing and more neurodesign principles around communications. So I'm sure if you do a little bit of search around the internet, you might find something on that. And then getting on to East, obviously East has gone through a big refresh recently. And I think from my perspective, I've always found East to be a brilliant description tool. So once you've created the intervention, you're trying to cascade it around share stakeholders around the organization. Talking about behavioral science concepts in these terms is helpful. But in terms of fidelity to get to an idea, I found that actually something a bit more high fidelity like Mindspace works. BMAP, I think, is equally good at explaining how behavior works to stakeholders. I find it a little bit blunt, I think, in terms of design. And then think about creating your own. I mean, in previous consultancy, we created our own for innovation because we felt that not one of these kind of works. So we kind of nested models and theories and frameworks overall. So that's kind of prototyping. About execution is everything, and what I've learned certainly in the last sort of 16 years of behavioral science application. Just want to go on to testing, because what's really interesting about testing is you can come up with lots and lots of ideas in workshops, but how do you know which one's got the best propensity to change behavior? And it's really expensive to do that in the real world, to mobilize teams around ideas that have got maybe a high probability of failing. So what we found was that actually looking at these concepts in the laboratory, either through psychometric testing, so that might be derivatives of the IAT, so implicit response testing, looking at things like mental metaphors, which was a legacy of the ZMET study from Cheryl Saltzman, cognitive interviews, some more kind of qualitative kind of probing. We also combined that with biometrics. That might be galvanic skin response. We didn't do so many of these, but we did do some. Did phenomenal amount of eye tracking and facial expression analysis. And we firmly believe that independently these kind of tools are helpful, but when you have kind of multi and mixed method of different techniques, it can get you a better kind of triangulation of what might work. And then we had the capability, but there wasn't much appetite, I don't think, to do much neurometric on essentially EEG and fMRI. It went through a big wave in the noughties, and but it became a bit, I suppose, a bit too expensive and a bit out of context. But this is kind of like the process that you go through to kind of rationalize down maybe like 20 ideas to maybe like 3 that you think you can start to business case. Bringing that to life a little bit, we did some work on things like what communication could help people engage in DE&I surveys. And what's interesting about it is that you would have thought just by promoting like social good for the society, good for our company, if it's a company derivative, would be enough. And it is for some cohorts. And they tend to be the people that most engage in DE&I. They go, yeah, of course we do this. But what you often find is that there's lots of people that just don't care anywhere near as much. They might be more distant from maybe group headquarters. They might be out in the field. I mean, in this case, it was for an energy company. So this was for kind of broadly older men that might be digging a road. They just weren't interested in filling in a survey. So what would get them engaged without having to send lots of emails out and then figure out through live trial. So we did some experimentation utilizing some psychometric IRT tests. And what we found was, which in some ways is maybe a bit disappointing, is that low engagers, these older men, they actually liked the emails that talked about their chance to contribute about and have their say in their company's future. And we kind of framed that as the selfish email. It was kind of self-orientated, maybe selfish was a bit strong. But what that means is that rather than sending emails out and maybe getting an unintended consequence or some form of blowback, we can start to filter out some of these for different segments at different times. Another type of testing that we used to do a lot of was biometric. So this is looking at cognitive loads, eye tracking, sort of fixation, intensity patterns. That we did a phenomenal amount of work in menu design, helping people choose. So, you know, we never worked on a brief that just said optimize the amount of money that we're making from this. A lot of it was about, we want people to have a better customer experience, them enjoy their meals more, and by doing so, it may well be that they choose something which might be slightly more expensive on the menu as a consequence. And we took it seriously. So, you know, we looked at what frequency the people were coming into the restaurant, and then how much they would outspend on average to make sure that we weren't promoting kind of like overuse or too much, I suppose, food and drink. So this is kind of like one of the menus that we had. And what we found from this was that we could really track that people read from the menu from left to right in a spiral pattern. So we could see that happening. So people were looking at starters, looking at mains, looking at desserts. Previously, they just focused on mains. They focused on certain areas that we thought were more important. And then in terms of kind of the testing, yeah, we saw a significant uplift, and people enjoy it more. I think we've done a lot of work on people get a lot of dissonance that when they have a confusing menu, they choose their food and actually they don't have a great experience because they don't know whether they made a right choice or not. Not everybody, but that was certainly a consideration. And then another piece of kind of work which kind of sits in the laboratory space is we did some work with EasyJet. And this was looking at kind of more quantitative survey analysis, looking at the relationship between a customer experience and how people sort of felt and how much they enjoyed kind of the time on the plane versus kind of the propensity it was for them to buy a snack. This might be food and drink, or it might be like maybe slightly more luxury, something like a perfume, etc. And this was kind of creating, I suppose, from a quantitative survey, more of sort of synthetic and simulation. So essentially, we simulated and randomized kind of groups of different people on simulated flights to see what the relationship might be between shifts in customer experience and then uplifts in that. And we could kind of give a good description of what we thought might be the effect of changing the brochure that people could buy from, and then it was then tested live. And that is the ultimate aim. That I'm a firm believer that when you're doing this type of work, you need to go from that laboratory environment to a live environment, because behavior is exhibited in context, and you need to understand that micro traces and micro factors can fundamentally affect these outcomes. And this is some work that I did in like 2 consultancies back. And this was in Santiago in Chile, working in a pig abattoir. It's the most extreme environment I've ever done an experiment in. And it was done pre-COVID. So hand washing was hand hygiene wasn't anywhere near as salient as it is now. But this was trying to get workers to wash their hands when they went into a pig abattoir. And what we found was by putting a hand stamp on the back, which featured Salmonella, Camelobacter, or E. coli, they had to rub off that stamp when they were going through the plant. And that meant the hand hygiene was more compliant. And what was interesting was we looked at ways in which we could measure the behavioral change, and we looked at things like videoing and kind of measuring it through observational work. But what was really interesting about this was we actually took it to ultimate outcome, which was kind of like how much coliform was on their hands, because we swabbed their hands, raised cultures on Petri dishes and looked at the coliform counts. And what we saw was a 63% reduction in coliform counts. P-value was statistically significant. But what's brilliant about this is when you've got muscle memory and habitual behaviors, because they were doing this like 8 times a day, when we took the intervention away, 2/3 of that behavior was still retained, and it did drop off, so it wasn't sustained for everybody all of the time. So you do need regular interventions for new people and also people that get out of the habit. This is another example of another extreme environment where I've done some live experimentation. This was a construction site, and this was trying to get workers to behave more safely, which you would have thought they would do all the time. And what we found was that young men predominantly take risks. They think they're invincible, and they've got a lot of testosterone around going around their body. So what we did is we kind of redesigned the environment where we utilised drunk tank pink colours on the walls, and then we also re-engineered a scheme which allowed them to have random variable rewards, and also reframed the conversation, which created some dissonance for them. So we had 3 interventions in one. We knew that meant that we couldn't disentangle. It's very, very difficult. But I've got a short film just to bring it to life. I was on BBC Radio 4 when this initially came out.
Just we are not able to hear the audio.
Okay, not to worry. Like I said, sometimes the video sound doesn't work. Thank you, Dr. Ragland. But yeah, so the video was an interview on BBC Radio 4, and they came on site, and it was essentially kind of talking to the people on site, seeing how the intervention worked. And as I said, you know, we did some strong experimental live design. Within this, it was really high fidelity. We had people on site every day. And what we saw was an 82% reduction in working at height unsafe behaviors. So things like they weren't locking the wheels, or maybe they weren't working at the right height. The probability of that being due to chance was statistically significant, 1 in 69, so really, really strong. But what was really interesting was that when we were kind of doing quite a lot of our kind of discovery work on the live experimentation of this kind of like proof of concept, was that when they knew health and safety people were walking around, they were being observed. It was just a classic Hawthorne effect. And what was really interesting was they had signals, like they had hand signals when noises weren't heard, because sometimes it's quite loud, or they would have whistles, or they'd shout something out. So one of the things they shouted out was Kilimanjaro, and that was code for health and safety are coming around, so they exhibit the right behavior, and then when they're gone, they revert to the unsafe behavior. So our team were kind of presented as kind of well-being experts, very, very broad, and they had 2 clickers in their pockets, unbeknownst to the guys. So we kind of really did get some really, really strong results. The final kind of element after going from laboratory to live is around measurement. And what I'm not going to do is kind of talk about kind of like the different ways in which you can record behavioral change, how you can analyze that data, and how you can roll it up into a statistically significant like business case or kind of consumer case for why it might be a good thing. I'm going to focus kind of on some elements which I found really, really helpful, which are fairly, one of them is fairly new and you might not be aware of. So the first thing around kind of this world is that we're beginning to see kind of like not simply kind of like randomized predictive analytics work. We're now starting to see sort of simulated sort of environments around measurement. So one of my friends, who some of you might be familiar with, is Samir, who works at EY, and his title is actually Head of Behavioral Science and Simulation. And we're now starting to see kind of a real evolution out of things that agent-based modeling that I was really interested in a decade ago are now becoming a reality and becoming incredibly high fidelity in terms of the way that they operate. And starting to see things like synthetic respondents, which, you know, I think are incredibly useful, but ultimately not everything. So this is kind of like just a little bit further on from, I think, the predictive analytics work that we've been doing. It's kind of more simulation. And then a business that you may have heard about. So certainly it's one that I know that Samir is very close to over in the States, is Aru. And I know a little bit about them, so I've never worked with them. They're a relatively new organization, but what they're doing is a lot of kind of human simulations to look at decisions in complex situations. And they're a really young team. So one of the team members, so this is kind of maybe a little bit crazy, was 15 when he kind of started doing the work with them. I think the leaders are now 20 and 21, and they've already had a market valuation of 1.5 billion. And I know market valuations can be quite hyperbolic, and but this is an interesting area which I think behavioral science has got to get incredibly close to, this kind of world of behavioral science and AI. And then talking about AI, there's another friend of mine, Sonia, who's the head of partnerships for behavious. And if you've not come across these guys, you know, my world certainly was about proving the value of behavioral science for the last decade. And but it's kind of fairly analog. You know, you come up with a toolkit or a playbook of maybe 20 different changes. You could put them into a complex system. Sometimes you could disentangle, sometimes you couldn't. And but more often than not, there's kind of like some form of interface that you'd have to go to, like UX or UI, and implement often kind of A/B changes. But that's kind of over now. We don't need to do that. So the guys at behavious, so got Tylo Prang, is a behavioral scientist at Gallen University, is one of the co-founders, and he's a postdoctorate. And they've created essentially a real-time intelligent nudging platform that's causally related. It optimized based on performance, and it looks in terms of measurement on a control and a live in real time. So it takes a subsegment of people that might be visiting a website and then takes them out of the mix and then optimizes against it. But the important thing is it doesn't require any human intervention. Obviously, it does the inception, it does in terms of monitoring, but in terms of the active management of the intelligent nudging, it is AI powered. So the world's changing pretty quickly as a result of BSI AI, from kind of like analog digital and now kind of more causally related AI. One of the things that we do need to kind of hold true within all of this, and I just want to spend a bit of time on this for this last sort of 5 minutes, is that throughout my career, I've always had, front and center, and it's always been thrown at me. It's kind of like, what are your ethical considerations? And because obviously there are dark patterns, especially sometimes in the private sector. I think there are some dark patterns that exist in the public sector and civic sector. Often they're not designed in that way; they're just sludgy. And but what's interesting is that having your measuring impact, having some form of understanding of the ethical moral considerations using a framework is really, really important. So for good, I was come out of the LSE, recently been updated for AI ethics, so definitely worth a look. And then behavioral scientist, I've got an ethical sort of checklist. So I'm sure you guys are kind of all over that. But one framework you might not be so familiar with, which I really, really enjoy working with this, because it kind of does this pre-mortem, but it has a structure, and it also is quite diverse in terms of kind of its input and output in terms of how it works. Of course, it's a mnemonic. Every behavioral science theory framework or model is usually a mnemonic. This one's called In Case from Laura de Moliniere, and it's brilliant. I really enjoy it. So you've got the intended behavior, but then you look for unintendeds and spillovers in a very structured way. So what's the effect on non-target audiences? What are the compensatory behaviors and workarounds? And what are the additional behaviors that might come out of this? And then how might people sort of send a signal to the public, and which might not be the intention? And then what's the emotional impact? So I'm just going to bring to life a case study. I posted on this around about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So some of you might have seen this, and it's a bit rude, but it's rude for a reason. And so yeah, if it offends anybody, apologies, but it's not too offensive. So this is the problem that we have predominantly in the UK at this moment, which is that when we get hot and cold weather coming, so it's like colder in the evening and then it warms up during the day, it cracks essentially the roads, and that creates kind of easy for the drivers and cars and trucks to pick up some of the road tarmac and then create a hole, and then that hole gets bigger as it gets driven over, and it's a problem, right? And it costs millions, right? So billions, I think, ultimately across the whole of the UK. And then what we saw in kind of like north of England, this is near Manchester, was kind of a graffiti artist that essentially to accelerate the fixing of these created kind of this kind of like rude image that spray painted onto the floor, and it's got this kind of alliteration off the word of kind of graffiti artist Banksy. But what's interesting about this is that there are some issues around it. That the intended consequence is clear: get the council to take this profane message off the floor that's happening everywhere, but do it quickly. But what you might find is that people kind of in the sort of the non-target audience, so maybe not the council, people just like me or people on the street, might be really quite offended by it. They might not want to see this everywhere, so they might take it into their own hands and start to clean the graffiti up themselves and put themselves at risk by putting themselves on quite busy roads. Other people might see sort of problem with this or an opportunity with this, which is which kind of more around that small windows theory, which is that if there's more of this graffiti, then it's okay for me and moral licensing me to maybe do some graffiti elsewhere, which maybe is less justifiably placed. Then additional behaviours might be that there's kind of a wider sort of campaign against local councils, and local councils are people just like us. They're just working in the local council, and we start to vilify kind of civic servants, and it's just not their fault. They just don't have enough money sometimes or the resources to do this. Also, as well, from a societal perspective, are we starting to normalizing this sort of imagery without the appropriate context? So certainly feel like audiences such as young children that might not understand kind of why this is the case or what it is. And then sort of finally, the emotional impact of these might have been misjudged, and the activists might actually get people to laugh a little bit at the first, but after a while you see 20 or 30 of these in your local area, actually they react against it, and they don't want the graffiti, they don't want the artist to do this, you just want a sensible solution. So kind of wrapping up on the half hour, what I've learned working with a lot of different types of teams on a phenomenal amount of different types of briefs is that when you're prototyping, execution is everything. And those theories, frameworks, and tools, they're not really one unless you create one yourself. But you need to think about kind of what's the diagnosis, what's the design, but what's the description, and how do you start to describe this prototype to get buy-in to stakeholders, but also get buy-in to essentially the shareholders, the people that are funding the money from a business case perspective. And I think from a psychometric perspective, and biometric and neurometric, we've been utilizing those successfully, I think, for around about the last sort of 10 years. But more recently, we're seeing this more predictive element, and then now this simulation. And, I think whilst the focus on a lot of activity is about driving value, and that ROI can be articulated in terms of social value as well as commercial value, I really, really do think that having an ethical consideration is really, really important. And I think we're pretty strong on that. But please have a look at in case. I think it's amazing for kind of spillovers and unintendeds. So in terms of kind of the session, I'm kind of done, and yeah, I really enjoyed obviously putting this together and thinking about some of these concepts. Big thank you to Dr. Ragland and the team, and yeah, I'm really, really happy to start and take some questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jez. Your examples throughout clearly walked us through the different steps in the process, while also highlighting the various dynamics one has to navigate. So now we'll move into the question and answer session. Everyone, either please raise your hand or drop your questions in the chat box. Yes, Robin, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I have a short question regarding how long does behavior stick, basically, according to your experience? Because I can imagine maybe in terms of the baby faces, like after a year, people might get used to it and maybe change their behavior again. What is your experience with that?
Yeah. So I think there's kind of like two factors that initially sort of happened. Is that I think that when we were doing that type of work, it was about doing things new and innovation and just achieving that. So like the window that we were measuring was relatively small, so like the sustained effect, was not consideration really. And I think so that's the kind of the first point, that we didn't start off 10 years ago about thinking about, okay, what's the kind of like monthly, quarterly, yearly, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year kind of like program that's going to measure this, right? Because we were like, we don't even know if this stuff really works. And obviously that's fundamentally changed. But I was asked that question quite a lot around, don't people get bored of it? Does this stop working? The second consideration is if you just think about who pays for that measurement. So imagine if we said, look, we're going to go to a local council and we want to do a longitudinal study, and it's going to be over 10 years, and it's going to cost maybe about £50,000 a year. So that's £500,000, €500,000. Like it's a big on cost to measure that. So the window wasn't there, I don't think, in our minds, but also as well was it's quite prohibitive to do that. Another consideration is that people themselves just move on. So not necessarily the citizen as a consumer, every 2 or 3 years, there's usually a change in terms of leadership in most organizations, either through kind of like democratic voting or kind of like the leadership. So the world does move on a little bit. And that's not necessarily the best answer, but those are some of the factors that kind of got in the way. Now, what I did notice was that we started to work with some big organizations. And obviously, when they mobilize things at scale, then they need to look at sustained effects. What they can't have is kind of like a window of opportunity of maybe 2 or 3 weeks, deploy a lot of resources and find out this isn't a sustained kind of value proposition. So we work with a big TV company, media company, one of the biggest in the world. And we put in place experimentation around their retention program. And normally those retention kind of like briefs would be like maybe like 4 to 6 weeks worth of measurement for lifetime value uplift. And they were like, we're not going to do that. We're going to see what the sustained value is after you've done the initial intervention, trained our people, got better retention, trained our wider team to keep that sustained. And we're going to run it for 6 months. So it wasn't a year or 3 or 5 years. And that was the first time, that was about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. It's the first time I've had a client that was willing to invest in that type of program. Now, the reason why they did that was the program itself was close to £1 million. So, you know, if there's high stakes investment, then, you know, there needs to be robustness. So I think that's changing. But yeah, I think it's always going to be a struggle with leadership changes. That's, I mean, I did a call out recently on LinkedIn asking for longitudinal studies. There's a few in health, in civic sector, but not much else. So yeah, a bit of a gap. So yeah, apologies that I don't have the answer. The answer is it's the same as how many times it takes to create a habit. It's kind of like it's context dependent, but those are some of the, I think, the real world problems of it. Yeah, starting to change a little bit. I mean, if the research costs come down, maybe with Behamics, I can see how Behamics will give you some good trendal analysis over years without having too much on cost.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Now we'll take Manya's question from the chat box. How can we, as aspiring behavioral scientists, balance integrating AI-based solutions, use of synthetic personas, etc., into our research and practice while still prioritizing the humans that we are actually designing for?
Yeah, obviously we've been wrestling with this. For me, it's like behavior is exhibited in context by people. I just can't. I would never do a piece of work which basically that says we've done a simulation and therefore this is the answer without doing some form of real world testing. And that's kind of why I'm really interested in the ARU guys, is that you know, that the world is impossible to predict, right, to 100% certainty. For sure, in very, very simplistic environments, you know, you can get to 90-95% predictability. But in my experience, in my career, I'm not an econometrician, but I did support a big wave of econometrics in most probably like the noughties, like 2000 to 2010, partnered. And I just remembered that the models they created gave kind of 95% confidence based on historical data. So I went and talked to leaders in big organizations about how I could predict by doing these certain things, we'd expect these certain outcomes. And I can't remember any time I was ever right, you know, and it certainly wasn't, you know, so I think there's always going to be a role for kind of human execution, because you've got those societal impacts on those spillovers and unintendeds that I just don't think that a simulated or synthetic can ever get to. Now, what it can do is, I think in a lot of prototyping and execution, is that you come up with lots of different ideas for how you might change things. It helps rationalize those down. And I think that's where that lab to live kind of approach, it's going to be incredibly helpful. So, you know, we've got maybe 5 interventions or maybe 20 interventions against different cohorts and segments. Like, how is this going to play out? We can't afford to do all 20, but we think we can do 6. Which 6 have got the best propensity to change behavior that we can deploy into the real world to test in a controlled environment, doing a proof of concept and looking for those spillovers and unintendeds and making sure the ethical construct is right. So I think that's where my head would be. Really, really useful in rationalization, but I would never, ever recommend not testing things in the real world.
Thank you once again, Mr. Jess, and all the participants for such great engagement. Professor Ragland, over to you.
Thank you, Suhani. Thank you, Jess, for a brilliant session and for sharing your experience with behavioral science. Now, for the participants, I want you to know that Jess is what I call as a behavioral scientist maker. You know, we know in politics we use the term of kingmaker, but here in the world of behavioral science, He's done a fantastic job through his previous role in Cowrie Consulting. He has been instrumental in developing a lot of behavioral scientists. But I think in his new role as the founder for Small Wonder Consultancy, we now have his expertise available to the rest of the world. Who knows, he could be coming to India soon, later this year or later on, because he is a person who leverages behavioral science to help businesses. Think about it, leveraging behavioral science to help businesses to achieve tangible outcomes is something that all of us should leverage, because organizations are looking for solutions, and I think we are the right people to provide that. So can you share your thanks and appreciation to Jess in the chat box? And in the meantime, if you can switch on your videos, we will take a picture with Jess. Let's take a nice picture with Jess. Please switch on your videos. Switch on your cameras. Put on a bright smile. You have to now give a nudge smile. It's a short and quick smile. That's a nudge smile. All right, I'll take the first picture. Shrishti, Samaira, Sanya, if you can switch on your camera. Let's take a picture for Jess. And I'm assuming next time, Jess, we get you on the video, we will see this picture behind you.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I definitely hope so. I think I mean, I love traveling around the world. I've been very, very fortunate, and yeah, I think there's I'm going to be doing a lot of work with students. So I think some of you might have applied. I've got a product which is called BSci 555. I've had over 200 students kind of approach me to try and work with me on that. So, and I can't wait to get tucked in. I've got to find a lot of clients to kind of fulfill that need. so that's my job for the next couple of weeks. But yeah, I'm looking forward to working with hopefully some of you soon.
And thank you. If you're coming to India, you know where the first stop is going to be. It is going to be in Delhi's Sonipat at Jindal Global University.
Of course,
with the
yeah.
Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences.
I will be there.
Thank you so much, Jess. Thank you so much.
Yes, guys, have a great day. Yeah, cool.
Thank you. Over to Adi now, because he's going to get us into a Kahoot session.
Yes, hello. I hope everyone's ready for the round 3 of Kahoot. But before we head, let's do a quick warm-up. So there are 2 options for you to do. I'm going to say a word, and you can either use emojis to express that word or write the first thing that comes to your mind. Okay, ready? Yes. So the first word is habits. The second word is default. The third word is choice. I see a lot of freedom. I see confusion as well. Next word is peer pressure. And the last word is environment. With that, let's start the Kahoot. Just give me 1 minute. The Kahoot is live. You can scan the QR code or type in the numbers. We'll start at 3:16. Once ready, please leave a thumbs up. You can do it in Kahoot or you can do it in the Zoom. For this round, you only have 10 seconds and there are 8 questions. And we start. An easy question if you have paid attention. Good. The time is very short. It's only 10 seconds, so please make sure you answer in time. We have Abhishek leading in make your choices quick. And this question, we have Manya leading in. The third question. Very easy. Very, very easy. And this round, Manya leading again. And this round, Manya leading again. The answer is in the question for this one. Good. Manya leading again. Oh. We have a new lead in, Vishara Dayal. Second last question. Manya is back on top. And the last question. Let's see who is the winners. Ooh, and the results are third place goes to Srishti. The second, Ashna. And the first, Manya. Let's go. Thank you everyone for participating. Over to Sara now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and I'm so glad to be here with all of you. Thank you so much, Adi, for this engaging session. But before we move forward, let me ask you something and you can engage in the chat box, probably a yes or a no. How many of you have ever learned something in theory but struggle to apply it in real life? I'm at the chat box looking at it. Yes. Okay, exactly. And that's where the real challenge actually lies. As Yogi Berra once said, in theory, there is no difference between theory and practice. In practice, there is. And that's precisely what we're diving into next, the realities of applying behavioral science in the real world. And to guide us through it, we have someone who lives at this intersection every day, Mr. Bhushan Kumar. He's the principal behavior architect at Fractal Analyst, leading behavioral science and design for the CPG vertical. With the unique blend of being a social psychologist and a chartered accountant and over 15 years of experience, he brings both analytical depth and human insight. His work spans areas like habit formation, customer engagement, risk, and safety, and he also built the vibrant learning communities, most notably the Tribes Conference in Bangalore. So, if you've ever wondered how behavioral science actually works outside textbooks, this is your moment. Mr. Bhushan, sir, I'm very happy to speak to you again, and we are very excited to learn from your experience. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Nice to meet a lot of familiar faces here, especially from Jindal. And hello, those I'm meeting for the first time. I've got a chance to sit in some of the previous sessions. I think they're quite fantastic. And Sarah, I think all of them are, in a way, I consider mentors. So I think if people have listened to all of them, I think there's very little I can offer. But I hope to keep this engaging. I know we are about 5 minutes into the session, so I'll try to keep it short. But both you and Professor, please give me a time check in case you feel you need to pause anywhere, right? So I'm going to share screen and I hope okay, 1 second. Let me know if you can see my screen. And I hope my own screen is not, sorry, my deck is fully visible. I know there were some issues in the previous time.
Yes, sir, your deck is visible.
Okay. It's fully clear, right?
It is fully clear. Thank
Perfect.
you so much.
Okay, I get started, timing myself for 20, 25 minutes. Team, I think we've been listening to very, very interesting conversations all through the day. People talking about very interesting, conversations about how do you experiment, how do you test it out, how do you prototype. And I think we have considered various behaviors that, I think around the world people are trying to change, right? And of course, I think the biggest behavior change that is being attempted at a global scale is today on the climate change, right? And I think parts of the world are burning or having massive climate shifts. And I think that would truly be one of the biggest test of behavioral scientists to be able to shift behaviors that can shift climate change, right? And this is Bhushan here. I will be speaking about not of climate change, of course, but in small different ways that I have tweaked and my team here at Final Mile, erstwhile Final Mile and now Fractal, what kind of behaviors we've tried changing, and I'll speak about that, right? I think through the day, various lectures, I think one of the things that has already been established that focus of behavioral science is really to close the gap between the intent action, right? And what people say versus what they do. That's really what the focus is. And we see tons of examples around us. Of course, a lot of them are used for commercial goals. So you see tons of offerings using scarcity framing around, Black Friday and Big Billion Sale, etc. There's a lot of focus happening around loss aversion. If you don't do this, you'll miss out on money, or if you do this, you'll gain these many savings, right? So there's a lot of loss focus. Anchoring, Starbucks does that, McDonald's does that. Again, these are examples, you all know it, but I just want to refresh, that these interventions are already happening, right? And social proof, folks who are in Delhi, especially the Jindal crowd here, those who love Gulati, I know it's quite expensive, but really has that social proofing going for them. And then also Amazon doing it very well, that if you bought this, you already bought this, right? So I think there are tons and tons of examples. So what I will be speaking about is a lot more personal experience, but to sort of go back to saying that as an audience, you already have seen tons and tons of examples, and I know some of you will participate in the Nudge Lab coming up soon. So don't think about, oh, do I know these things? Do I, where can I search for examples? You have it around, right? In fact, I would urge all of you to pause and look around, henceforth, right? And I always consider my parents or my grandparents to be the best behavioral scientists, right? Who have influenced me in every damn way to get work done from me, right? Whether it could be getting me to eat greens or to get some groceries or etc. Trying all different rules in the book of behavioral science without having ever heard of or known any theory, right? So definitely pause and look around. And here in this pause, I would like all of you all to think also that, it's very easy to know these theories and just quickly, having that urge to apply it, right? And think about it, there are, in the Indian context, for instance, and I know there are a few people from abroad, but in the Indian context, it's quite easy. Oh, this has been, sort of done elsewhere, so let's copy that, right? And I'm sure in other countries it might be similar. You've seen it elsewhere, you see, oh, it works there, and so I replicate it. So, when we are thinking about behavioral interventions and especially in the real world context, I think there is some sort of urge or to replicate it, right? But we often see that, you could build the best roads, you could give them the best vehicles, the people, they'll still have certain spaces and certain ways that they function and certain mental models, right? So I think even before we get to the interventions, I think one of the first questions we have to ask is designing for whom and for what, right? And what is the behavior we want to drive? Who are the target audience, etc., right? And not replicate any, sort of solution that's done elsewhere into the context that you're working in, right? I'm guessing that so far, all through the day, some priors have already been established, understanding the role of behavioral science, frameworks. I know Vinish and a couple of others had a session earlier, and we also learned to identify decision levers that are used to influence behaviors, right? So I'm not going to touch upon those. What I will do is the next 15 minutes or so, talk about, looking at interventions in largely 3 different buckets, right? So if you're going to design, these are the 3 potential spaces that you could think, or 3 different North Stars you could think about, right? So one is designing to evoke an emotion, right? And this sort of underlies an assumption, or an assumption underlies this saying that every action has an underlying emotion, right? So if I'm able to tweak the emotion, then I'm able to, tweak the action, right? So one of the foundational elements of social psychology also has a component of, evoking emotion, right? So one intervention, or we'll look at an example, 1 or 2, depending on time, on how we could evoke emotion, right? The second one, very, very strongly, and this is where a lot of behavioral science, sometimes, prototyping or interventions fail, is often that, they try to shift a behavior without giving necessary control or coping mechanism to the ones they are targeting to shift, right? And that happens typically when, let's say, a parent or a sort of a public figure is trying to shift a group of people in a particular direction, but it feels forced rather than saying, hey, it's something you are having control to shift it, right? So I think very important element of designing to induce control, that you have the control to make that change. And finally, I think one of the big things that behavioral science, or one of the reasons behavioral science also emerged very strongly, was that design is not just to create more awareness, but rather to generate action, right? So don't just keep telling people, and okay, let's do training and let's inform people, but our designs or our interventions have to be designed to generate a particular action that whatever we decide, right? So I hope everybody is ready to deep dive into each of these 3 sections, and of course I'll take questions towards the end. Let's start with emotions. I have 2 examples. Love to talk about both of these, and then we'll see how that goes, right? I'm sure all of you all at some point in your life, or maybe on a few weekly basis, go to the supermarket and then see this series of toothpaste, right? And occasionally you also end up buying, or someone at your home buys it, right? One of the big problems that this particular and I won't be mentioning any of the companies here for privacy reasons, but one of the toothpaste global brands approached us and said, there are of course these toothpaste that are available, and we are glad our business is going well. But one of the big problems that we are having is, the right target segment is actually not buying, right? So you'll have, let's say, a 70 or a 60-year-old buying a Colgate Fresh versus, and I'm just taking the products that are in front of me, and let's say a 20-year-old buying Sensodyne or a sensitivity toothpaste, right? Which are, they've just been attracted either by the pricing or by the taste, and by a lot of people buy toothpaste for taste, whichever flavor. And so it's great that you're doing it, but then is it an effective, fitment for your needs, right? And one of the fundamental elements of good ethical behavioral intervention is, are you ensuring not just, and I think one of the questions in Kahoot also was that, right? Are you just not building an intervention that's successful for the investors or the sponsors, but also for the end users, right? So here in this case, the benefit also for the end users is they are buying the right product, right? So if I'm having a sensitive tooth, I should ideally buy a Sensodyne category of product rather than buying a Colgate Fresh because, well, it makes me feel cooler, right? So the idea is, how do you foundationally, think about toothpaste and think about it, right, on a daily basis. Brushing our teeth is a very intimate, activity, especially after you sort of, in your post adolescent years and you become teen, etc. And post that, it's a very intimate space where you're, in the bathroom alone and you're experiencing or you're consuming it, right? So there is a consumption moment, and sometimes the consumption moment also could be you're in a party and then suddenly you have a toothache, right? And that's a moment of, sort of where you need a particular product. But then when you go to the supermarket and you're in a very different state, we call that a cold state, right? Like away from, sort of the actual consumption moment. And then your metrics of decision making, your thoughts are a lot more around which looks cooler, what is standing out, what are the prices, is there a discount, etc. Right? So you see that the moments are split, and so it's not that anybody is making a very sort of a rational choice here, but something that they are doing it, given the factors there are, right? So how do you induce a consumption moment in a purchase moment? So you're making the right choice, right? So in this case, for instance, if you notice here, and most of the bazaars and the markets, you typically see there is the product and then there is a pricing, right? So the idea was, how do we help people make certain decisions, right? And remember, you have to evoke, and you can't just say, okay, this is for sensitivity, this is for, whitening, and there are different toothpaste for that, right? So the idea is not just informing them, but, provoking them, a very important element. So I'll zoom in a little bit here and say, for those who have a sensitive teeth, you ask a more, sort of a rhetoric question, or you provoke them, does it hurt when you eat or drink, right? So you're bringing back a consumption moment, in the purchase space, right? Or also sort of in a cheeky way, don't be the one with the yellow smile. So inducing some sort of a shame in that moment, right? To sort of make them say, hey, you perhaps should go for a more whitening Colgate toothpaste rather than, let's say, a more cheaper quality, right? So you're shifting the decision, you're at least making it a lot more deliberate by evoking a particular emotion, right? And think about it, right? The one, this quote on the one with the yellow smile is so intimate that ideally when you're with friends, etc., you don't want to be the one with the bad breath, or, so very, very sort of core to the way we make decisions and the way we socialize. This is one example. I'll take another example from a very different product space, pet food, right? I don't know how many of y'all here have pets, but I don't have, but then this was sort of an eye-opening for me, and maybe some of y'all might find this familiar, right? So science, the whole science of, pet nutrition, etc., tells that typically, actually, I'll ask this question here for the group, all those who have pets and perhaps who don't have pets also. Do you know at what point does a pet become senior pet? So when I say senior, think of humans, right? So humans can be senior citizens. So we typically have a 60 years at which point we become senior citizens, right? At least in India, and I'm not sure of the update number. Can anybody on the chat, and I can't see chat, maybe some of you all can read, at what point does a pet, either a cat or a dog, become a senior pet? Anybody who wants to just speak out or speak the answers, maybe Sarah or anybody?
9.
Any other answers that are there?
So we are getting 11, 8, there are different answers coming in.
Yeah, so I think a lot of you, there is some sort of a familiarity. So typically the younger, the pup kitten age is somewhere, below 2, from 2 to 7, and some of the, dogs or the smaller ones actually start aging at the age of 6, 6.5, right? So the aging really starts early. Now think about humans, right? We humans, typically we say, okay, we have the, the young adult years, and then you have the actual sort of the main adult years, and then the senior space, right? But as humans, we typically start reorienting our diet at the age of 30s and 40s so that you have a healthy aging in the 60s, right? And you will typically see your parents and people around 40, 50, slowing down the oily stuff or the salty and then the sweet stuff, right? So that they typically have a better aging. But then, unfortunately, how do you decide that? for the pets, right? And when we were doing this research, we were doing this for France and Italy. A lot of people actually, felt that the pets actually age at the age of 12 and 15 and 16, right? In fact, the idea is that, when like humans, even the pets need to undergo shift in the diet, right? So ignore the brands, but there are, by the way, tons and tons of brands that are dedicated to different age groups, right? And some of you who go to purchase it would know. So there is clear science evidence that says, okay, you need to shift the diet at a particular age group. So all of that is so rational. So, they have been putting it out there. But imagine a consumer going to a store. What are they seeing? They are seeing reams and reams of, packaged products there, right? So how do they make a choice? They would typically, again, go back to the heuristic that they would make choices for themselves, right? Packaging that looks good, someone's recommended it, pricing seems decent, and, some of those factors, right? So one of the the persons that we had spoken in Italy said, sometimes I don't know what my cat wants. I wish I could take my cat to the supermarket so that it can make the choice, right? You see, an interesting thing, we often think about behavioral science saying, oh, human is going to be in the loop, so humans are going to, so let's talk to them, right? But here, imagine the end target focus or target segment is actually pets. You are not going to, be able to speak to them, right? So how do you make the right choice for those, consumers later on, right? So in our sort of engagement with the with the client, one of the things that came up is that by telling people, okay, at 8 your pet becomes older, or at 10 it becomes older, people don't really get it, right? Why? Because the heuristics people are using is that, is the pet's agility good enough or not? Is the pet running around? Can the pet, someone actually told us, if I see the pet jumping onto the sofa, for me that's still a young pet. The day it stops jumping, I will assume it's older, right? Or if it is not able to run, then it's older. So you see the heuristics people are using, right? And often those who have pets, they say as soon as the pet gets lethargic, they say, oh, it's become fat, so maybe we need to get it to exercise a lot more, right? So there is a lot of coping that people think that, okay, I actually have the power to change the dynamics here, right? So the idea was, now if this be the case, and if agility is the way people make choices in this scenario, right? How do we bring that heuristic back for decision making, right? And those who are pet lovers would would know sort of would always note that as soon as you put food for your pet, and that could be in the morning, afternoon, or evening, right? And the pet comes running and then finishes off. The biggest sort of the moment, or the most blissful moment that any pet parents has, is to see an empty, sort of a bowl, right? Or actually seeing the pet running to themselves. Think of it, people actually think of a pet as a, sort of a small baby that they're handling. And they also look, because the pet can't speak, they're looking for markers to identify whether the pet liked the food or not, right? So now, given that situation, and given that heuristic people use to identify whether my pet liked it or not, we revamped some of the packaging that the client was doing, right? So this was their original packaging for a senior pet food, right? And here the pet is a senior at 7. And we said, okay, how do you revamp using that sort of a micro element or micro stimuli that we talk about, a non-conscious element that we think about in a pet parent, right? That a running pet is perhaps the most blissful moment that every pet parent wants to see, right? So using that in the packaging, and then ensuring people make decisions in this large sea of package, right? So one big takeaway that we have been speaking about, design to evoke emotion, right? So people are able to, immediately, engage on a very different emotion with your product or with your intervention or any of the things that we are thinking of. I see I have 5-7 more minutes. So I'll quickly race through. The second intervention that is not not what me or anyone in my company has done, but something I've seen by one of the OTT players in India, right? And all of you all, I'm sure, have multiple subscriptions, and there are days or there are weeks when either you're traveling or there's an exam or there's something going on in your life that you're not able to use or consume that particular OTT, right? So imagine you have a Netflix subscription and you're paying, let's say, $10 or $800 or $900 per month. I don't know what's the current rate today. You're paying that, and then for 2 months you're unable to access it, right? A lot of people would want to say, and this was a user need that emerged, that, hey, I'm not traveling, but can you stop charging me for that, right? Can I, carry forward that balance, right? Now, you think about it from a core user, from a company's point of view, that's of course lost because you're telling people, okay, you know what, I'm going to hold this money for you until you come back, right? And they don't know how long it could take. But from the consumer's point of view, it's a very foundational need to be, being in control. Think about the whole, growth of OTT was all about control, right? That if earlier I had to watch multiple commercials before I could access my content, with these OTTs, I can watch content at the place and time I want and the way I want, right? So there is a lot of control that's already been given. Now, with this element of payment and consumption, I think this was sort of the last Achilles heel in a way, right? And I think Tata Play, for instance, in India has done that extremely well, right? Where they've said, pause and resume subscription whenever you want, right? I'm a big consumer of this, and I'm sure there are a lot of people around in the country who use it, and the other OTTs might have replicated. But if you notice a very simple thing that they're giving, that, hey, resume when you want to, pause when you want to, right? It's a very quick 1 or 2 click button that you get to. But what happens is that the company has actually bought your loyalty because of this, right? Because now you say, hey, you know what? I think of all the OTTs, maybe this one seems to be understanding me better. And remember, you're not having any conversation with anybody, right? The decision's happening in your non-conscious or subconscious. And so this has given you a space, or this has given you evoked, or induced control in the way you're engaging with them, right? So the second big thing, the first one, as I mentioned, was designed to evoke emotion. The second one, very important, designed to induce control, right? The way you're intervening, the way you're, engaging with the audience, not just are you taking away current habit and you're asking them to shift to a new habit, but you also, in that new habit, need to be giving them that control and that coping ability, right, in that new space. So that's the second intervention. I'll move on to the third one, and I see I have a couple of minutes. So maybe I'll ask a question here, and perhaps some of you might have seen this in the previous lecture or so, but happy to hear from you. How good a driver are you? How do you rate yourselves? And those who drive, especially. I think those who don't, of course, can abstain from answering. But how good a driver are you? If all those, please drop in a chat or just speak it out.
There are people rating 6, below average, 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. People, this is a very honest audience. I wish I get such honest audience everywhere. When people are asked these questions, while of course they're publicly, they may say, oh, I'm an average driver, etc. In their minds, and especially on the roads, everybody feels they're the best driver, right? And actually the other person on the road is the poor driver. I am always a good driver. I always follow rules. Everything, I do rightly. And again, for the international audience, I would urge all of you all to make a visit to India to experience this good driving as well, right? So now, the thing is, we all see tons and tons of warning signs across the world. We know any road that we are driving, and this is, by the way, one of the highways close to Sonipat, where we see exactly what we need to do, right? So the rules are out there, warning signs are all out there, but people still get stuck in accidents, and they are victims of it, right? So what is happening? If everybody is a good driver, then why are there accidents, right? What's going on here? So the idea again is that, all these interventions are all talking about, hey, be aware, know this. So, hopefully by knowing all of these things, you're going to act accordingly, right? So it's exactly what we always say, that by knowing that exercising is good every day, everybody in the world will exercise, or eating right is if you tell people to eat right, they will eat right. That's exactly what's happening on this, right? Where people are being told, please go, slow, or please regulate the way you're driving, right? So the assumption is that if I inform people, they're going to follow it, but actually they don't, right? That's because the intervention, the behavioral intervention here, and if you can call that, is focused on just creating awareness. Of course, awareness is created, right? And that's the not the North Star of this intervention. Ideally, should not be the North Star. The North Star should be, actually getting people to go slow, or actually getting people to identify and have that element, safety, sort of fear of safety, and or the space of inducing anxiety when it's the right time. Of course, inducing anxiety on a normal day is bad, but when you're driving, ideally you should be a little more cautious, little more fearful, right? Now, awareness is not doing any of these, and the boards are definitely not doing these, right? And this was one of the interventions that as an organization we had done, where we focused on receding white strips, and those who drive on a highway would have experienced this, or even as a pillion, you would have experienced this, where your car goes through these rumblers, and then suddenly the car has to be slowed down, right? And think about it, the driver does this so automatically without actually breaking what they might be, let's say, speaking or listening to, etc. The legs make that decision for them, right? So the idea is, again, not to create more and more awareness, but rather saying, how can we induce one fear, and how is it induced? Because your car starts rumbling, and there is sort of a physicality to that shift in the landscape, and your body quickly becomes more cautious, and your leg breaks. And the second one, of course, the strips giving you a sense that you're going at a particular speed, right? And you need to cut down on that speed. So you see, you're influencing at the non-conscious level, where you're not necessarily just creating more awareness, but rather you're quickly focusing on designing to generate action, right? So again, summarizing all three, so designing to evoke emotion, induce control, and then generate action, right? So as interventionists, couple of things that I would like to emphasize again. As you're bringing about behavior change, look at what are the relationships between individuals in the particular target segment, right? How are they engaging with each other? What are the emotions that they are experiencing? What kind of mental models they are having? And focus on how do we intervene at that, right? And thinking about emotions, think about the control, and then the action element, and how do you want to tweak that, right? Of course, I think earlier Divyani's session was there. Very, very interesting. Question your assumptions, beliefs. It's one of my favorite images, where causation, correlation often get confounded or mixed. So please question, and it's always ideal to have another person to question and critique the way you think about interventions, right? So what are the places that you can think of interventions? What are the different ways? Well, of course, I started off with climate change. And please, definitely, if you're able to do some, interventions there, I would love to support you. But in a normal day-to-day basis, at a localized scale, you could think about customer segments. Now, customer, the word I've used, could also be user segments or target audience. So anybody you're trying to target. So in the previous case of the road transport was drivers, right? So can you identify and segment drivers, right? So there could be different groups of different personas of drivers, for instance, right? So behavioral interventions could be used to segment, and vice versa, right? The segmentation could be used to identify better interventions. You can also focus on designing customer journeys, right? So not just always designing a product, but also how consumers or how target segment is going through or experiencing a particular product or a tool or a experience. And then it could be used for product offering and strategizing communication, right? And we've seen some of those examples. Quick, summarization. This is my last slide. Identify what's the behavior to drive. Very, very important. If the behavior to drive is just creating awareness, then, well, they can just keep building posters, right? But what's the behavior you want people to do, right? And what emotions you want to evoke? What are the behavioral drivers and friction points? That's the second one. Third, identify and design an ideal journey, right? And then design for various users. Typically, we see that designing is often done for just one user, but see if it requires you to split them based on the segmentation. So that's it for today, folks. That's really what I had. I'll maybe stop sharing and open to questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful session. What really actually stood out for me was how you brought, behavioral sciences to life through very relatable examples, whether it was Netflix, grocery stores, or even driving. And I'm pretty sure it made all of us realize that, behavioral science isn't something abstract, but something we experience every single day. And now let's open the floor for question and answers. Do we have a raise of hands here? Yes, Palak, you can go.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Go
you are.
for it. You are.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Actually, my question was this only, that we tend to have our own biases, and as people who are designing interventions, I think then it becomes really an important factor to understand to actually increase the efficiency of our intervention or nudge. So you touched upon it, but I would like to know how can one be aware about the kind of biases they are holding so that the intervention that we plan or the nudge that we plan is effective also and sort of not too idealistic also.
Yeah. I think whether an intervention is effective, I think you'll know always, when you implement it. So proof is in the pudding. But I think even before that, to build some sort of guardrails to ensure that you're not biased yourself. I think one of the foundational elements is to build evidence to your design, right? How did I arrive at this design? Is it a assumption I'm making, or is it something I see in the evidence, right? Are there things that, let's say, the target segment is actually told about? Is there some sort of evidential backing to it, right? And I think you've seen some of the sessions in the past. There are data-related evidences. There are, more anecdotal evidences or even qualitative evidences. Identify where that is emerging from, whatever solution or direction that you're having, and then say if it's more yours, then see if is it valid, is it validated by data? And it's okay as researchers, I think you can't clean away all the biases, but at least to acknowledge and say, okay, you know what, this is my assumption, so I'm going to go with it, right? So I think often ask the question, where is this direction stemming from? Is it from my assumption or is it from evidence? And I think that'll help, that'll guide you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Robin there.
So, hello. I have a short question regarding design to induce control. This is rather new to me. And I just was thinking of more examples, respectively, thinking of would it not always result in an economic loss for a company to let the customer be in control? Like I would at least act like the customer is in control, but he's not actually if I would be a company. Like, do you have more examples of that?
Exactly. I think it's a trade-off. Very valid point. It's a trade-off, right? By giving control, again, do you give control of many, many things? So Amazon does that, right? You can cancel an order or return an order, right? Now the thing is you can do that, but they also have a guardrail of, okay, you know what, we're not going to give you the money as is. Maybe we'll put it in Amazon wallet, right? So they are able to do that sort of a balancing act, saying, okay, I'll give you the space to return the order or exchange the order, but then I'm going to retain the control on the money, right? So then you're building some layer of punishing the fraudulent folks and sort of not punishing the genuine folks, right? So yes, but if you think about it, Robin, in the long run, the genuine folks actually get more loyal to you because they feel, okay, I have a lot more control in this relationship, right? And typically in that space, you're building more stickiness. But absolutely, I think building a guardrail for ensuring the ones who don't, rig the system. So it happens often in credit cards, right? Where if you take a new credit card, you get incentives, right? You get, let's say, a free pass to a concert, or you get a $50, etc. Banks often have that as a good entry point, but then they have a lock in that for a year. If you leave, then you have to pay these charges, right? So you're giving them that control, but then you're also ensuring that nobody rigs that system in that way, right? So that's the only way you can guard it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that really helped. Thank you a lot.
I saw Professor Pulkit, you raised your hand. Is there a question?
Actually, yes. Hi, Bhushan. Thank you for that presentation. I genuinely enjoyed it. I want to ask you a question, taking the liberty of deviating from your presentation. But I'm sure looking at what you had to say, a lot of students, because in our audience, we have a lot of undergraduate and graduate students aspiring to make a career in behavioral science. What would you tell them, could be certain things that they could do by the time they graduate, because there are certain things that they learn in class and then internships, etc. But what does it take really to build a career in behavioral science in the current Indian industry?
Yeah, I think thanks for that question and very pertinent for a lot of people. I think you don't need to be in a behavioral science firm to do behavioral science work. That's something I always tell. It's because that's been my journey, right? I was in a manufacturing industry doing some interventions, which eventually became behavioral science interventions, right? I think that's the first space. So you could be anywhere and doing behavioral science work. Okay. Now, that's on the contextual element, right? Second, on the skill element, I think there are 2 or 3 very strong things. I think data analysis or data, sort of understanding and reading data is very critical. critical thinking itself, or part of, I mean, it's sort of sub part of research, right? Ability to do good research, ability to have critical thinking is second definitely important element. And I think the third one is to be able to have empathy for other fields, right? Just because you're a behavioral scientist, I think doesn't mean you know everything, anybody that's working, right? Because I think one of my other mentors often says that behavioral science is a new kid on the block. Actually, there already is a queue of anthropologists, sociologists, designers, etc., who are already studying the human mind, right? Cognitive scientists, etc. So behavioral science is very new kid on the block. And I think there is that empathy for us to learn from all those fields. Law, I think, and Jindal is sitting in a law school. I have learned a lot of human behavior from law, right? So I think a lot of that learning can be had from other fields. So yeah, I think that's what I would think about. So you don't need to just say, "Oh, I'm going to be in a behavioral science firm," and then do it. No, you can do it in any place. So okay, there are a few questions on the chat, but I'll leave it to the professors and Sarah to tell me what.
Yes, sir. We can
time
take some of the questions in the chat. So
Yeah, but
how
time,
can
you guys figure the time. So
done.
okay.
So how can behavioral biases like loss aversion, social proof, or present biases explain the gap between what consumers say in surveys and what they actually do in real purchase situations?
Okay, this question, I want that person to do the homework. I think it's too simple for the audience here. I think everybody knows a little bit. So I think we'll take something a little more challenging.
All right. So we'll move to the next question.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Nudges have been highly criticized due to sometimes their limited effect when coming to their effect. How do you see the future of behavioral interventions evolving in the upcoming years?
Yeah, this is something as practitioners, a lot of us are, I think, a debate going on for a decade. What is a good nudge? Is it limited? Is it going to scale, etc.? I think definitely there is, if you think about, if you're looking at designing to generate action, then I think you will look at lasting effectiveness of that, right? If you're looking just to have very, very limited impact, then, it may not evolve for long. I think, but the whole shift in AI, and we're seeing that globally, I think AI might be perhaps the great ally of behavioral science, where it looked to scale and actually propel it future. I think in the previous session, Jez mentioned a lot of things, was quite worthwhile. There's a lot of behavioral data modeling that's going on in the new LLMs, etc., right? Which is telling the behavioral science careers for the future. You don't just need to do basic, let's do scarcity and let's do laws, but actually let's think at scale. And that's really the intervention. So if you're thinking of scale, I think it'll work. If you're thinking of context, if you're thinking not just of a tweak, but rather how do we systemically change? I think design thinking has, or systems thinking has this entire approach of looking at scale and ethnographic rather than just a few individuals, right? So if you're able to borrow from these different fields, you can have, behavioral science interventions a lot more sustainable and a lot more evolved in the future.
Right.
And that's, by the way, happening in practice. It's not like theoretical, and you saw Jess do it, right? So.
Yes. Thank you, sir. One last question. How can we pinpoint the specific points of friction required to subtly guide consumer behavior towards a solution that addresses our core objective?
Yeah. So if a process manager or a project manager, a product manager would say friction, I think as behavioral scientists, you could think of it as an emotion. Okay. So if there is a friction, identify what's the emotion that's being experienced. I'll twist the sentence. I'll say, if you notice different emotions being experienced, wherever there's a negative emotion, that's really a friction, right? You walk in a Starbucks, the AC is really nice, the smell of coffee is great, but then you're about to make a payment and then it's rejecting, right? And you're annoyed. That's a friction moment. And then you go to the next one, you get a good seat, everything is great, but then there are noisy people around. That's a moment of friction, right? So identify wherever there's a negative emotion, really that's your point of friction.
Wow, that's really insightful, sir. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us. Over to Professor Ragland.
Thanks, Sarah. Bhushan, thank you so much. For all of you, I want you to know that according to me, Bhushan is a behavioral science inspiration because he inspires people about behavioral science. And one of those people is also me. We've been connected for some time now, and he's a good connector of people. He will connect you to the right people within behavioral science. And most importantly, he does something called the Tribes Conference, which is focused on behavioral science. And he does it often. So I suggest all of you be in touch with Bhushan on LinkedIn, reach out to him, connect with him. You will get to know about the latest. And I think he's also an inspiration because as a behavioral science practitioner, he is leading a very important role in an organization. Think about it. Fractal, you're leveraging behavioral science, which means all of us have equal opportunity to take this skill and create an impact in the world around us. So can you share your thank yous and express your gratitude to him in the chat box?
And while they do that, thank you everyone for having me here, and thank you especially the Jindal Institute of Behavioral Science. Always a pleasure talking to the folks here and the larger audience this time. So thank you so much for being such a
Thank you. And
patient
one last question, or can we all open up our cameras so that we can take a picture with Bhushan? He's based in Bangalore. So let him show this picture to all his friends in Bangalore and say, here is a group of students and practitioners and behavioral science enthusiasts from around the world to whom he was able to share his insights. Okay, Tanya, Samaira, Banu, can I have your cameras on, please?
Trust Professor Ragland to evoke the necessary emotions in all of us.
Now, can you all give a nudge smile? Nice nudge smile. We are all almost, I think 75%, we are behavioral scientists. We have one more speaker to go from Portugal. I think she's already joined us, Dr. Sumita. So with that, we'll all become 100% behavioral scientists, but we are all 75% now. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Bhushan. Look forward to collaborating with you. And if any of these participants reach out to them, include them in the upcoming Tribes Conference. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank
Over
you.
to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Ragland. And now we're at the last session for the day. And now we shift our focus from application to sustaining impact. And that is something Mr. Bhushan also mentioned just now. Because designing an intervention is one thing, but making it stick is another. Now, let me begin with a quick thought, and you can all use your chat box once again. What is that one habit that you've tried to build, but struggle to sustain? And I'm at the chat box right now. Giving up sugar, Professor Pulkit, I relate with you. All right. And that's exactly where behavioral science becomes powerful. As Aristotle beautifully puts it, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. To help us understand how to launch, refine, and sustain behavioral change, we're honored to have Dr. Sumita Datta with us. She's an invited professor at ISEG University of Lisbon and professor adjunct at SP Jain Institute in Mumbai. With over 30 years of combined academic and corporate experience, she brings deep expertise in organization behavior, leadership, and human resource management. She's also a leadership coach and behavioral scientist known for designing impactful learning and leadership development journeys. We're truly privileged to have you here, ma'am. Dr. Datta, over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. So thank you, Dr. Ragland, for inviting me for this session. And I'm really looking forward to address this very vibrant community of behavioral science enthusiasts and students. Let me just quickly share my screen so that I can refer to it while I'm talking. Is my screen visible? Sarah, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay. So as Sarah has already mentioned, I'm going to talk about launching and refining behavioral interventions from design to sustainable impact. Now, one disclaimer, I think today, right now, we are in the last session. A lot of topics, a lot of frameworks have already been discussed and shared. There's a possibility that I might be repeating some of those stuff, right? But however, even if it is a repetition, maybe just like we are talking in terms of behavioral science, repetition and frequency also, in a way, is an intervention, right? So let me go ahead. For the agenda, what I'm going to discuss about today, there'll be three parts to it. The first one is about implementing behavioral interventions. I'm going to talk about the choice architecture. Maybe you've already learned about this earlier today. Second part will be about monitoring behavioral change and feedback. I'll talk about the business experimentation model. And the third part will be about improving for sustainability and impact. And I'm going to refer to a voltage drop framework in this. Okay, as we already might be knowing that this session objectives is going to focus on learning about some frameworks and models so that we can plan implementation of behavioral interventions in the real world settings, right? Secondly, how to monitor the behavior so that we can implement it in a way by gathering feedback so that we can also refine it and improve the interventions for sustainability and impact. So let's go. So if all of you are reading the screen, you will read the center line first, right? And then you will read this, and then the one at the bottom. And finally, you will read the one at the top, correct? If I were to ask you which square is darker, whether square A is darker than B, you will probably say yes. However, they both are the same shade. If I ask you which center circle is bigger, chances are you will say that the one at the top right corner is bigger. But interestingly, both the circles, center circles are exactly the same dimension. So why does this happen? Why does our brain perceive or make errors in perception? So if you have not read the book Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, I would suggest please do get a copy and keep it as something that you can refer to from time to time so that we understand how does our brain work. So the two-system theory of the brain, as suggested by Daniel Kahneman, talks about the first system as the one which is based on our intuition and our instinct. And incidentally, 95% of the thinking is done by this system, which is unconscious, fast, associative, frugal, automatic, is on almost like an automatic pilot mode, right? And system 2 is the one which takes effort, which is slow, is logical, we could also call it lazy, and it is indecisive, right? Because it suspends our judgment. Now, both the systems have their unique characteristics, right? So while system 1 is associative, it is unconscious, looks for abstract patterns, subjective patterns. System 2 is more deliberative. It is therefore more effortful and more conscious. There are advantages to both the systems. So system 1 helps us to be creative through associations, and it's therefore good for expansive thinking. But system 2 is very good for reductive thinking. And as we know, as you have been learning also today in the sessions earlier, we need to do both. We need to do both expansive as well as reductive thinking. There are some disadvantages to both the systems, right? So system 1 can keep us trapped in sometimes emotional reactivity, and therefore we might jump to conclusions and make errors. Whereas system 2 requires a lot of time, a lot of energy, which can also lead to decision fatigue. So how does it play out in terms of behaviors, behavioral interventions? So thinking fast, which is the automatic input and action, is essentially at the core of our behaviors, which are the specific actions that people take, either once or repeatedly. Now, the slow thinking, system 2, is the deliberate monitoring. the deliberate evaluation. And therefore, this is the one at the core of achieving the outcomes. Because outcomes can be understood in terms of the desired traits, the desired attitude, or the desired behavior patterns, right? So now, let me give an example. Let's say an organization wants their employees to be healthy, okay? So what are the behaviors that they would like to change? So the behaviors that they would like to change, for example, eating fruits instead of cakes and desserts, taking the stairs instead of the elevators, having walking meetings instead of sit-down meetings. And that is what can lead, the changes in the behaviors can lead to healthy employees, right? So we get it? So what is the difference between behavior and the outcome? So the question therefore is how to change behaviors to achieve the desired outcome, right? So therefore, if we want to design behavioral interventions, what does it mean? These are the broad evidence-based strategies to change behavioral outcomes. And nudges, as you have been studying about it, are specific non-coercive subset of these interventions. Now, what do the nudges do? They alter the choice architecture without forbidding options or using incentives, right? So nudges is about redesigning the physical, social, as well as the psychological aspects of the context for human decision making, which can therefore thereafter promote the desired behavioral outcomes. Now, what is this human decision making? Human decision making, we have to remember that human decisions always depends on the context and the environment in which they are taken. And what is this environment? This environment can be thought of physical, digital. In today's context, it's mostly digital. It is phygital, for example, or the social nature, right? Which is the presence of other people. So there is a social relational aspect also as part of the environment. But what is important to remember is that there is no such thing as a neutral design. So at any point of time, the environment is influencing the choices that we make, right? So based on Behaviors and Geno's model, leaders and change agents like you can act as the decision architects by designing the environment in which the choices are being made. Yeah? And how do we go about designing or architecting the choice environment, the choice architecture? So the four-step choice architecture framework given by Behaviors and Geno talks about 4 steps. Understanding how the decisions are being made, okay, where we need to diagnose the choice architecture, right? And if we do it in terms of system 1 and system 2 thinking, it helps us to get insights about the aspects that we can manipulate or change or modify in order to bring about a change in the choice architecture. Step 2 is about identifying the bottlenecks. What is blocking the behavioral change? So therefore, what are the traps? Why are people failing to take the desired action? Also, what are the resistances? Where is the resistance coming from? What is triggering the resistance? Correct? Like Bhushan talked about the friction. What is triggering the friction? And also understanding that what has been the present bias. Step 3 is about then designing the nudges, right? And here, of course, how do we set the defaults? How do we make the desired behavior, the automatic choice, the auto-enrollment? There could also be the